Yo, 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 what up, everybody? And this thing's running. The CRT right here got rejected. Boom, perfect. Yeah, I was thinking it was gonna need to come down to these areas right here. I'm gonna see what it does around these areas. Yo, MFX, what up, bro? What up, what up? There, yo. How's your day been? It's been good, bro. It was cool today. I took a little trade earlier. I took like a break-even trade, and I took like a 20 pip win earlier. So, and then like I said yesterday, I had a pretty big day, so I wasn't really trying to force anything too crazy today. Trying to take it a little easy. Not because I'm not trying to take a trade. It's more or less of just being a little bit more cautious because I already hit such a big trade, and the trade I took yesterday, I'm kind of risking it, just trying to take trades that going against my bias, and my whole bias earlier, before all of this, was all buys. So when I started taking sales, I kind of was reflecting on myself yesterday, just looking like, why would I take a sell yesterday if everything... The whole reason why I was able to hit that big enough trade was because I got in the correct trade, which would mean this thing was bullish. So me trying to take a sell in any of that was just asking to get a loss, you know. So that's what I realized I did yesterday. So I fixed that, you know, and then bounced back today. Got a little quick win just to recover the little... I only lost 10 pips, wasn't nothing, but that's what I'm saying is I hit 20 pips. I got that back plus some. And then earlier today, I took a sell earlier, just like before stream, from what was it, 20.2, which was up here, 20.2. So I took a sell from right here. It just happened to be like right when I noticed it, I happened to get off. I was on stream or whatever. I was about to get on stream right now at 5, but I happened to see that trade, so I happened to just take this right now. But I'm not really trying to like say that's the trade I was taking, you know. I mean, like, it was off stream, so I'm not trying to really promote it like if I took it right now or something, you know. So, but that's just why I'm just saying is like, why I was saying is I kind of seen this level getting tapped right here, because this was the level, like the idea I had from here was that it was gonna need to come down to these levels and start to react. And the only reason why I was kind of saying that though too was because there's a fair value gap right here. I don't know if you can see this, but if you guys understand what a fair value gap is, it's pretty much an imbalance. Yo, champ, what up, bro? But yeah, what a fair value gap pretty much is, like this, there's one right here, then there's obviously some right here, there's one right here, there's a small one here. All of those are just imbalances, is what they say they are. So I'm just going off of like what I've learned, but it does make sense, because what the imbalance pretty much means is that every single one of these lines has, like, I don't want to say they're open orders, but they're pretty much like they need to be offset. So at some point this fair value gap is going to need to be tapped, this fair value gap is going to need to be tapped, this fair value gap is going to need to be tapped, and it's going to need to be tapped, because all of these, like, that's just how I kind of see it in my head, just so I could explain it, which is pretty much just like unfinished orders in a sense. It's just because it was pushing down so fast that it really never got time to do a retest and tap and do things like that. So what that tells me is that at some point it kind of needs to go back up there. But the reason why I was targeting this low to begin with was for that exact reason, was that, like I said, and look at where it bounced at, exactly at this level right here. If you go over here, exactly this was the level I was targeting. It actually just disappeared right now, but you can see from this candle right here, from this candle to that candle, there's a small fair value gap right there. And if I put a box right there, it might still go lower than that, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you extend it right, look at extending it right, look at exactly where this candle at the bottom right here, it tapped exactly perfectly right there at that fair value gap. So that's what I was saying, is that when I was in this trade from up here, that was what I was targeting, at least before some kind of bounce. It could still continue down, but the thing is that fair value gap, what that tells me is that it's an imbalance. So at some point, which is why when we're working our way down here, we go and fill that fair value gap, and now we bounce into it, and now we probably are going to start taking out some fair value gaps up here or anything like that, so we could continue down. So that's just what I was saying. That's why I kind of figured these areas were going to be what needed to be tapped, because of that little fair value gap that was here that needed to be filled pretty much. And also just this being like an order block, I believe I had it here, but I need to redo all these. Actually, no, I'm not going to redo these lines yet, because I found something here earlier when I was doing my analysis and stuff, is that I seen this happening right here, and I'm gonna kind of dissect into it and try to reverse engineer this, was because this was the displacement type of trade that I talk about, that I was trying to take yesterday. I don't know if you guys were on stream yesterday, but yo, Dennis, good morning. But yesterday I think I took a trade. I can't remember exactly where it was at. Maybe, I think, if anything, I think the trade was right here. Hold on, let me see. Wait, no, today is Thursday, so it was Wednesday's trade. Oh yeah, it was right here around these areas. I think it was somewhere around here. Wednesday. This is all Thursday morning, Wednesday. So that would be 1700 o'clock. So it was around these areas, I think. Yeah, so, oh, actually, no, I got on at 8, I think. I got on at 8, so that would be 20. That would be 20. So I got in somewhere around here, I think. Okay, yeah, so I think where I took in the trade at, I think this was the trade I was expecting, or was something like that, where, I think where I got into the trade, I think it might have been this area somewhere right here. I was expecting this to be this move right here. I actually jumped in maybe a little bit too soon, but the reason why I seen this happening was because of this all right here. So the way this was looking to me yesterday is I seen this forming, and this is what I was looking for, which was this right here. Boom. That is the move that I believe that I was expecting from here to come down, which was also this move right here. I just was one move too soon. So when I think when I took this trade, I forget exactly where it was at, but when it started doing all this displacement and stuff, it kind of I was expecting it to move down more, but it ended up pushing up one more time, then coming down, and then obviously breaking those highs again. But this is what I was looking for. Like, this is why I said I'm not going to move these lines yet, because I need to reverse engineer this and try to figure out why this was so key. But I think I figured it out. I just got to look back into it. But that is the move that I was expecting, which is kind of why I'm also expecting it to kind of move down a little bit further, just because if this was the move I was expecting to come down, like almost kind of like right here, then if this happens to be it, it's going to probably target this low, if not get rejected, then come back up. But it's going to have to come back down to these levels, I think. Yo, Fluidity, what up, bro? But yeah, that's what I was saying, is yesterday, like I said, I got into the trade somewhere in this area, and then literally right after it did one more sweep of these highs, and then it did exactly what I would have wanted. But this is what confused me. As you can see, you see how this these two candles pretty much like did like a fake out above there. That's the move I thought was gonna be the move, but it was almost kind of like this area right here, where this is where like the fake out happened. If I go to a smaller time frame, you'll see like that is the fake out. That is what I was kind of looking for yesterday, and everything that panned out in this trade right here, is exactly what I was kind of looking for yesterday in that area. So like I said, that's what I'm gonna do. I need to try to figure that out too, try to figure this out. What did I miss here that could have been there? But yeah, that's kind of what I was looking. But yeah, that's kind of what I see right now. But yeah, I'm gonna see right now what this ends up for. I took some sales just now. Yeah, I took some sales a little while ago from here at 2520.2, and it was 25.22 from here, and I closed off right here at the bottom of this area. It was like 10-15 pips, something like that. Or no, this says 17, so it was probably like almost 15 pips. I just closed it. Because like I said, I seen this fair value gap needing to be tapped. So what I figured though was going to be a rejection. So what I probably could have done though was maybe wait for this kind of pullback right here to target. If you look at where this is targeting, this is targeting perfectly right there. So what that tells me though is that if this is getting rejected, most likely it's going to fill in this bottom wick. So it's going to come down like that, which is going back into the idea of where I think it needs to at least tap this yellow line down here. And yeah, there it goes. But that's where I was saying is that it's lining up perfectly. The fact that it's respecting that would have been where we would have wanted the entry at, where we could have taken a sell is from here at 19.2, and then obviously 10 pips would be about the bottom of this range. You would go break even here, go break even, stuff like that. But yeah, there it goes. All right, yo guys, give me 1 second real quick. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second. Yo, what up? My bag just got back. Ooh, let's see. Thing is starting to move back up. So it did fill in this little wick area. It did fill in this bottom area. So let's see what that would have been. That would have been 10 pips. That wouldn't have been nothing. That wouldn't have been that good. That's not a good valid trade unless this keeps pushing, but we'll see right now. Actually. If it starts breaking this level, then I think it could start pushing back up a little bit back into these levels. But we'll see right now. Like I said, this would be the area where we would have wanted to take that trade. So if it starts breaking that, then it lets us know this is the invalid area. But it's looking pretty good. Not too bad. Let's see. Oh yeah. Let me check this out. So the 1 minute. I need to and the thing is that I see also, before I remove all these lines and stuff, is that you see how this high right here, this high never got tapped. So for this to move down like that, what this told me is that I believe at some point this is going to need to be tapped again. So I'm thinking if it does come down, it's obviously not just going to continue straight down. What's going to happen is it's probably going to make a bottom wick and then maybe come up here to break these highs, so it could come down if it wants to do that. But like I said, I seen these highs needing to be tapped. They never got swept, so I think that could be so there's two things like this. Look, so this is the bottom of it. This would be the bottom of the range. So what happens is we came all the way over here and we didn't even get close to it. So the next thing would be is to target back these lows again. So if we target back these lows again, then it's either going to sweep the lows to come back up, or it's going to just continue straight down and continue breaking out. Because I kind of just think of it this way: if you reverse it, it's just like a like a retest pretty much. So it's either going to do something like one of these two. It's going to do this, but it's obviously going to break one of the highs or the lows or something. But let's see. All right, so yeah, I need to remove. I'm gonna do all new lines. I need to do new lines and stuff. Try to figure out this stuff. I mean, these lines were cooking though, man. I ain't even gonna lie. Every time I put something, I just was leaving it. Everything was getting respected and stuff. So, all right. Wait. Okay, this is the area I want to be looking at. The top of the 5 minute. Okay, top of the 5 minute right here. This is the area I want to be watching. Because it's now in its daily range. Yeah, and also actually yeah, I need to do that. I need to go to the from all the way from the daily and check this. But look, if you guys understand the whole ICRT idea that we talk about, oh, this never broke it though actually. So this one I believe becomes the range. So when we swept below it and we came back into it, now we're back in this range, and then now we ended up, I guess it looks like we swept above it and it took out these highs, and that's the highs you really need to tap. So I'm wondering if this could be the move to come back down to at least this 50% level, which would be, I wonder if it could be somewhere like right here, 2014 at least, 2014 area. Today was the first red candle of the week. Yeah, that's true, bro. But yeah, look, so this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. Kind of seeing it like that. I forget where I had them. Dang, and that's the bad thing about once I remove all my lines, is like all the previous levels that I had in my head before, I kind of forget where they were. So I gotta try to figure out where the lines need to go again. But that's the thing too, is that you have to keep excuse me, you have to keep adjusting your lines. You can't just keep using the same lines over and over. All right. All right, look, I'm gonna show you guys what I see right here. This is what I see right here. Look. Maybe even this high. Let me see if it's this high. Oh, perfect. Well, I guess it did that. So look. Oh, perfect. Yeah, look. All right. So look. So this is what I'm gonna try to explain to you guys on how I found this level right here. Like, this is the trade I want to get into, and I want to be able to repeat over and over and over. This is a trade I've been taking a few of the days. I think we've taken it a few times on stream. Just using this same idea, but I really want to just want to go over, just explain to you how I come up with this idea and stuff. Yo, GBP, what up, bro? It was actually GBP. I was just gonna show, give a breakdown how I kind of come up with, or how I'm working on finding this trade right here. Yesterday, this was the trade I was thinking about taking last night, that I wanted to take last night, but it ended up, I think it was, I forget where it was at exactly, but like I said, is when I took the trade, I think it might have been somewhere right here or somewhere, but anyways, where I took it, it ended up hitting my stops at 10 pips, and when in reality I thought it was this trade right here, the one that was just going to give me a perfect retest to come right back down and stuff. So yo, Lassic, what up? Oh yeah, Lassic, I was gonna say, this was like that displacement type of trade I was gonna try to find. So look, this is what I was, this is how I would look for it yesterday. This is what I was looking for, but now that I, like, hindsight, it's always 2020. Obviously, you know what's up, but look. So looking left, at this point right here, this was the highs that we needed to break. These were the highs that were, because these were all the previous highs that we needed to break. So what usually happens, which is also right here, which is also this high right here. It's also this high right here. And then let me put another high right there. Boom. So like I said, this was the highs we were expecting to break, right? So this should be that, I believe, that buy side liquidity kind of stuff. But this is why I also think up here needs to be tapped too. So we still need to go back up to that. But what I'm trying to say is how I was able to find this trade right here was, like I said, is at this point when I was looking at it last night, you could see how we broke above these two levels right here. This was like that liquidity that we were looking for to break above. So when I had seen that happen, that's when we closed, we finally closed above that level. So we've got a closure above, and then if you can see right here, this is where we got like that CRT idea that we talk about. That, so what I kind of thought yesterday was, I kind of thought this was going to be the signal for us to start coming down. But what I noticed was, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that unicorn, they call it like a unicorn, what do I say, how do I say, it's like a unicorn, or like it's ICT's unicorn trade. This is like that unicorn stuff. So look, I'm gonna show you exactly, like, this is the thing, right? So look, you're looking for the liquidity over here on the left side to get broken, right? So you're looking for that break above, and then that's when you look for this CRT type of thing, which is pretty much like you're looking for the candle like this, then you're looking for the wick above, and then the close below, which signals that CRT, and then this becomes your range that you're looking at. So what ends up happening is this is what they call that unicorn, I believe. So as you can see, this is the top of that red candle. This is the second candle, right? This would be the third candle. So we know about the AMD, this is the manipulation candle. So when I go to the 3-minute, this is what happens. This is exactly what I seen. So what happens, like I was saying, okay, look, what you do is once you get above that key level like that, you're looking for that close above, and then you're looking for this CRT type of thing to signal that you're closing back below the range, which means that should signal lower prices and stuff like that. So it does give you lower prices, but then this right here also signals higher prices after that. So pretty much what I'm trying to say is, look, once you see this CRT right there show above that key level, because this was also the key level because we were above this previous high over here to the left also. So what I'm pretty much saying is, look, what you're waiting for is the close above, then you're looking for this CRT idea, and you can see that the red candle closed below. So that's where, this is what I missed, is this is what I thought what was going to happen, but it ended up doing this one more time and then going down. So like I say, is that you're breaking the key level, which is the buy side, or I would say this would be the sell side liquidity, because you need to break above all this. So this would be the sell side liquidity, I believe it's called. And then like I say, look, you put a line at the top of that wick. You put the line at the top wick of this second candle, which is the manipulation candle, that red candle. And then when you go down to, I believe it's either the 2-minute or the 3-minute. I only have the 3-minute, so let me see if the 2-minute is an option. Is it an option? Oh, it is an option. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what we want, like that. All right, look. So look, perfect. Yeah, exactly. This is it right here. Look, I'm gonna show you right here. Classic. Pay attention right here. So like I was saying, okay, so we're above the sell side liquidity. So we got above it. I believe it. I might be wrong, but anyways, this is that liquidity we talk about to the left, that we're above it. So once we close above it, that's when this starts to form. So what you're kind of waiting for to form is for this closure back below to signal that red candle. And then when you get that red candle, that's when you put the that line right here. And then this is how you find out the unicorn entry. What the ICT calls it is when you have a wick that goes above it, but it closes back inside of that range, and that is like the signal right there, which is the wick above, but it closes underneath that yellow line. So as you can see, it closes underneath that yellow line, and that is where that is pretty much the signal now. So when you have that, that's pretty much saying that's what this is going to form. So this right here, the close above, look, there's two entries right here. There's two entries right here. So look, once this candle goes like that, and then it closes back inside of that range right here, this right here created a fair value gap. Let me see, is it the 3-minute or is it the 2-minute? Let me see, it might be the 1-minute. Could be the 1-minute. Let me see. Okay, yeah, look, perfect right here. So look, once this candle closes back underneath the yellow line, which is the 5-minute level right here, which is that top wick. So once we close back underneath there, that is what gives you that displacement, I believe, which is also you could say this is the displacement underneath it, I believe, but you could say this candle right here, or even this one, you could say. But like I said, pretty much when you close back below that range right here, look at what forms. This is where it forms right here, is this fair value gap, and then that's the fair value gap you start to target. after that. And I believe that is the unicorn entry that the ICT talks about. I've been watching a lot about it, and this was the first time it kind of came up live. But I ended up, like I say, when I ended up trying to take this trade right here, I ended up taking it like right here or somewhere right here. And that's where I got fooled at, was because I thought this was the sell side liquidity or whatever, that the dotted line. And once we went above it, I figured, oh, this was it. And I figured this retest was going to be it or whatnot. But that's how I found it out. So pretty much what you're doing is you're waiting for the close above that level. Then you're waiting for like the CRT to signal it pretty much. And then you put a line there. And then you put the, then you make sure that it closes below there. So you want a wick above, but then you want it to close below. And then that's where pretty much right after, then you go down to the finer one on the 1 minute. And then that's where you start to see these, you have a close below, and then it's the first fair value gap after you close below. The first fair value gap is right here, because this is the first candle that closes below. So once it closes like that, that's the first fair value gap to take that. See you later, champ. Yeah, Humar, you know about that. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I've been working on. I mean, that's just one of the many entries I've been working on. But what's crazy is I took that entry yesterday on stream, and that was the trade that I took a 10 pip loss. But that's where I'm saying though, is that this is where I wanted to take the trade. Where I took it was, I think I took it like right here. So I figured like, oh, it did what it tapped the level, it did what it did, but it wasn't the unicorn entry that I was kind of expecting. So, but after I took the loss, I started, this started to play out, and everything started to play out, and I started reverse engineering it just in my head, just trying to figure out why was this it, and then it all kind of made sense. This was the actual unicorn entry model that happens. But like I said, I'm still perfecting it myself. How I perfect it is going to be in the live market. So like I said, I can do it, obviously hindsight all the time, but what I'm trying to do now is obviously do it in the moment. And yesterday when I took it on stream, that's why I got hit for 10 pips, because I just wasn't ready for it yet. I took their same trade. Ooh, nice, Dennis, nice. Yeah, that, like I said, is I'm definitely working on getting this entry right here. This is going to be our next entries that we're going to be working on. So I am sharing my gold trade that I took. I'm going to share it in Discord. Please look at it. Yeah, Humara, where are you going to post it at? In the in what part of the Discord? Let's see. A community chat? Nope. Where you posting it at, brother? Let me know. I'll be looking for it. I'll pull it up on stream. But yeah, let me try to, man, I've been, like I said, that's what I just wanted to explain, because I wanted to look over that myself, and that kind of makes sense. Everything's kind of making sense, and why that happened. Then the displacement comes out, and then look at, this is also kind of a thing too. You could also say this is a, so what I've noticed also is this becomes the displacement. So this right here becomes the displacement. So when what you're waiting for is pretty much a closure below that. And then this is the first closure below. And then look, it's the same idea where this is the first fair value gap after the close below. So once this closes below, it's the first fair value gap after, and that's the one that gets tapped. So this is obviously the perfect entry. This is the really hard entry. This is like a professional advanced entry. This is more or less of like the intermediate good trader type of entry. And then obviously down here is more like a breakout type of trade, which is obviously a little bit more beginner type things. But not that it's bad, but I'm just saying there's like, to get this level, you gotta know where the market's going. To get this level, you got to be more patient, because you have to wait for this to play out, and then this is your confirmation right here. That's when you get in your trade. Whereas in like the guy that gets in up here is because he had this as his target already. He already knew, okay, this is where I'm targeting. We're gonna tap that in reverse. So Pablo, what up, my guy? Pablo's in the house. What up, what up? I have shared an Asian session. Yeah, let me go look for that. I'm gonna go look for it right now. Boom, 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 boom. Asian session, yes. Open in browser. Let's see. Okay, this is everybody, this is Humar. This is his trade that he took. He took a sell from, I believe it's around 25.22. This is on the 5 minute. That was 25.22 on the 5 minute. 25.22 is around here. So is this where you took your sell at? Let's see. Or no, you have like that double top, it looks like. Oh, was that right here? Is this where you took your trade at? I'm guessing you took your, this is where you took it. Yeah, because that looks more like it. That looks like the double top right there, and then like a little retest and then break like that. Yeah, that's it right here. You took it on this side. Yo, James, what up, bro? What up? Yeah, you got back in time. Check Discord. Yeah, check Discord. Yeah, I see where you took a trade. That's a good trade though, bro. That's a good trade. And you held it for, let's say from 22 to 16, that's around like what, 40, 60 pips or something like that. So 60, 70 pips. Not bad, not bad. It's a good trade. That's a good trade. That's a good trade. All right, so I need to try to figure out these levels now. I need to try to see some levels right here. All right, so look, this is also why we were kind of thinking we were going to be bearish too, because look, we had the CRT closure below, which signals lower prices. So we're going to at least get lower prices below this candle. So what happens now is this becomes the range right here. This is the range we're in, which is now where we're trading at. This is on the 4 hour. So this is what I mean by when I tell you guys need to be able to visualize that you're trading these 3 candles, but on a smaller time frame. So in reality, a lot of this stuff doesn't really matter because you're not trading none of this. You're trading just this. So you need to break that down, go to the 15 minute, and now that's what you're trading right here. This is what you need to be looking at. So when you see this in your head, you need to understand that that is just 2 or 3 candles on a higher time frame, and that's the range you're looking for. So when you use a higher time frame, you're using the higher time frame to get your bias and your direction. So since this closes below, that signals lower prices, and look at what happened. It created lower prices. And what do we always say about these CRT ideas is we target the 50%. So when we target the 50%, where's the 50% going to be at? 50% is going to be right there. So this is going to be the 50% of the 50% of the 4 hour. So 50% of the 4 hour. So at some point we're going to need to at least tap that 1703 area at some point. So that's where we're going to get that. And if you would have remember when we were talking about this trade from up here, all of that is lining up perfectly inside of this 4 hour, because look at where that trade up there would have, or those highs would have been at. Those highs, look at, I just marked the yellow line right here as the highs where that CRT and everything happened at, and look at what happened at that key level like we were talking about. It's the CRT on the higher time frame. Look, it's just like that, pretty much. These 3 candles right here, there it goes. And then the close below, finally a close below targets your second previous low. So what happens is, like I say, is now that so now that this is the CRT right here, you have the first close below. The first close below usually signals where you're gonna start heading. So when you start to move this line to the bottom of here, you target the second previous low. That would be one low, and then this will be one low, which is exactly at the 50% level. So how did I come up with this being the 50% level? Just guessing, or is it just by following a plan that happens over and over? And like I say, this 50%, how I find it is because it's the first candle that closes below there, not a wick below. I'm talking about a body close. So once the body closes, then that's when you put the candle you put the line underneath the first candle's wick. So the wick is right there. And then you target the second previous low after, before that low. So anything before this, so anything below this line that's a red candle will be a low, because that's where the range would be at. So this would be one range, and then the next range would be down here. So that's why I'm saying it's gonna most likely, which just that step alone gives me one confirmation. And then by doing the CRT on the daily, knowing that the 50% 4 hour is also down here, both of those lines are lining up perfectly. And why is that? Because these are the levels that are going to be tapped. So what's probably going to happen is something like this. And then what was I saying earlier, that these highs most likely need to be tapped? I'm wondering if this could be what we go over there. But there is news tomorrow, I believe. So let me double check. This is today. There's nothing yet. So tomorrow there will be core price index, personal income. Yeah, so I believe this is CPI, which is pretty big. So CPI tomorrow is definitely gonna have some movement going on. So let me see. I closed 90 before news and held rest till Asian low. Nice, bro. Good job. Good job. You're either really good at guessing or it's just raw skill from experience. Yeah, exactly, James. That's what I'm saying. Look at now, it tapped that level perfectly. So where I took my trade at earlier was around here at the 22 level. So that's kind of where I should have held it. Like I said, it's just sometimes in the moment I just convince myself. I convince myself when I shouldn't and things like that. So just, just trying to not convince myself to go against myself. That's a lot. That's the main thing. Sticking to the plan. So let's see the daily candle right here. The daily candle doesn't have a top wick or a bottom wick, but this one already created a high and a low, and this was the indecisive candle. So I think the next candle, which is going to be the daily candle, will also be Friday, will probably give us a direction, because the break of this third candle might consider a 42. And if it's a 42 that breaks the high, then that means it's most likely going to target this high over here and cause a fake out to come back down into the range. So if tomorrow's daily candle, if this closes inside of the previous candle, then it's most likely going to be an inside bar, and then obviously the break of whichever direction is going to signal the direction. So this is what I'm thinking right now. But yeah, look at right at that 50% level, we got a little reaction. So I'm wondering if that was the tap we needed to just at least close back inside of this range right here. And if we close back inside of that range, could we possibly look? That says nothing. That says lower price, so that already created lower prices. That says higher prices, and this never created a higher price, so this most likely needs to be tapped at some point. And then let's see, the hourly signals lower prices, and it already created lower prices. The 2 hour higher prices, and it never created higher prices. So that's the so that's the 15-minute higher prices that we need at some point. So I'm wondering if at some point we need to do that at least. Let's see, the 4 hour 50% just got tapped, I believe. You could say this just got tapped. Well, I mean, it's almost got tapped. Let's double check. Let's make sure this. Damn, I forgot. Oh no, it was the 4 hour. That was what it was, the 4 hour. Oh yeah, it got tapped. Look at my line was off. See, this is why too it's important if you're gonna do a line for a reason, do it correctly, because look at how off my line is off by 4 pips. But if I would have went off of that line right there, it would have told me this line never got tapped. And that's what happened to me the other day, was my line was off just by a little bit. So that told me, if I'm following my plan, and my plan is that this line needs to be tapped, and it doesn't get tapped, and that means the plan hasn't happened yet. So just by having my line off by a little bit will signal that that was a mistake. And look, it did tap it exactly where it should have been, which would have, like I said, now I understand if that gets tapped, there's something, the next step needs to happen now. So it's like, all right, so like now we're gonna get either rejected at that level, or we're gonna probably create a top wick just so we could so we could pretty much take out these highs, so we could just work our way back down again. So there's a reason why this level is important, is that there's always going to be some kind of reaction, whether it's a little reaction like this, or the actual reaction that it flips around. But what I usually notice is that a lot of times these things move 2 levels, like it'll go level 2. So if I go to this right here, you could say this is 1 level, and then this is a 2nd level. So there's a good chance that we're gonna come back up to these levels, at least break these highs right here, and then start working our way back down, if this is what's gonna happen. If it breaks these highs and it starts to stay above here, then it's most likely gonna need to start targeting these highs again. But I did say the 15-minute needed higher prices at least. So as long as this 15-minute hasn't got tapped, I don't think it could go down any further. And since this 4-hour got tapped, now I think, let's say the 4-hour got tapped, now everything underneath it is going to need to get tapped. So let's say the 2-hour needs higher prices, so the 2-hour also needs higher prices at some point. So I think this 2-hour might need higher prices. 2-hour higher price. So now that the 4-hour got tapped, I'm thinking these are the levels that could be like an onion play that we possibly could target to maybe come back down if we do continue down. So I need to see how these candles start to form and see if we start getting closures below. It is 5:48, so we still need, let's see, the 4-hour is about to close right now in 11 minutes. So what's going to happen is that this candle is going to close below this candle right here. So what that's going to signal is lower prices. So what that means is the next candle is going to open up. It's going to target this low and possibly break that low and then start moving its way back up. But the one thing that I have to try to figure out, like I was telling you guys yesterday, is that it needs to happen at a key level. It can't just happen in the middle of nowhere. Like it can't just pick this random area and say, oh, this is where I'm gonna flip around. But as you can see, there is a resistance here, but there's also kind of this big green area right here, which is just kind of making me think that I'm wondering if we do pull back up here, we might need to tap these lows, because there's really no key level in between here. And if it is a key level, it's a lower time frame key level, which is, and even this doesn't have you see, even a 1-hour doesn't have it. The 15-minute has it. It has a level here and a level here. But what that's kind of just telling me alone is that these levels are gonna at least need to be tapped, because it doesn't just flip around at a random no key level area. Like there's a reason it's a key level. It needs to be at a key level. So that's why I'm also kind of thinking right now too, is that it might need to keep going down. It might need to, even without these lower prices getting tapped, because there's really nothing stopping it. Like I don't think it needs these, because in order to break like support and resistance areas, you need enough volume. So that is what kind of gives me the idea why it would need more orders, because if it moves up and it takes out this 15-minute higher prices, that's more orders for it to push down. If it takes out this 2-hour, that's even more pressure for it to push down. So it gives me the idea also though that if we do just push down without taking out these highs, then at some point
this is not going to have enough pressure, which is going to give it even more reason that it's going to need to turn around, because it needs to take out these highs. It's the same way. This is what I had noticed yesterday or the other day, if you guys remember on stream, when I was saying that this level, it was like a 4-hour lower prices. It was a daily lower prices, and it was also a daily 50% level that needed to be tapped. And technically all of those have been tapped, and the weekly still hasn't been tapped yet. So I'm wondering is if that weekly is still going to get tapped, which means it might need a few more lower time frame lower prices to sweep. So if a lower time frame says lower prices, then it's going to need to create it even before it because earlier it was this is how it seemed to me, is that the 4-hour, the 1-hour, all of those things, the lower time frames needed to be swept first before the higher time frame. So that higher time frame that's up here, it's not exactly here, but it was like, I forget where the weekly level at. Let's just say the weekly level's here. In order to get to that level, we're gonna have to take out all of these lower time frame prices. But this is the one thing though, is that we ended up taking out all of those lower prices, the 4-hour lower price, the daily lower price, and the daily 50%, all before we took out the weekly. So now what I see though is that the weekly still hasn't been tapped. So now what's next is like, there's really nothing left for it to do, which is kind of why I'm thinking why this is kind of like an indecisive candle, because it never closed above or below this red candle. It's just the inside bar. So that kind of says it doesn't really have a direction. It's just trading inside of this whole range right now. But in trading inside of a range, what happens is, like I say, you need to go from the bottom to the top, bottom to the top. So we haven't technically went to the top. So what happens if we go all the way back to the bottom just before we go back to the top? Because everything, because also I believe that the monthly is going to close in one more day also. So the monthly is going to close, and if the monthly closes above this candle up here, it's going to signal higher prices, meaning at some point it's going to need to close out above, or it's not close out, it's going to at least need to wick above those higher prices at some point. So the weekly still has higher prices that need to be tapped. The daily has, let's see, the daily would have higher prices that already did it. Technically the daily still has higher prices too, because this candle technically never got a higher price. So at some point this candle still needs a higher price. So there is also a daily higher price, a weekly higher price that still need to be tapped, also including this 15-minute. So I'm just wondering if all of these levels need to be tapped and there's news tomorrow, could these levels be the levels that it just blows right through, just to close all these levels out, break this high, and then come down after that? All right, let me see. My bad. I kind of you're okay. Is there probably a turtle soup play? Let's go. Chuck, what up? Dennis, I'm not too sure yet. The thing is that it's looking like it's moving down right now. So if it moves down, like I said, there's a few levels it's gonna probably need a target. There's gonna be that level, and then there's also going to be this level right here. Oops. So let's see. That was that. Well, that's the 8-hour. So look, there's also an 8-hour CRT right here also. So where would this 8-hour low be? This 8-hour 50% would be a little bit lower. Oh yeah, so this is looking like this is going to need to tap even lower. So the 4-hour and also the 8-hour 50% level, because all these 50% levels end up getting tapped at some point. So like how we were saying, I think I was saying is like, this is what's going to happen, is that this 4-hour needs to be tapped, this 8-hour needs to be tapped. So it is looking like at some point. So if we're going to want to take a trade somewhere in these areas, we're going to need a possible pullback. And where I'm kind of leaning towards is there's these higher prices here and 15-minute prices here. We just tapped the 50% level and there's always a reaction. I'm wondering if we could possibly react at this level, start moving our way back up, take out these higher prices. I don't know how high exactly it's going to go, but if it's somewhere in these areas, because the reason why I'm maybe thinking it would either be this order block, which will be maybe something like this, which will probably need some kind of closure, something like that in these areas to work our way down. Something like that maybe. And that's where we would probably want to take our trade. And then that way it gives us our stops right here as our stop. So if, let's just say we get in at that 50% level, which is that dotted line in the middle of the box. Let me see how many pips that would be. From this to the top wick is 13 pips. So actually that's not, I don't really like that. I don't really like that, because the thing is when I notice a trade, it needs to be like 6 pips. It sounds kind of crazy, but what I've been noticing is that every time I take a trade and if the stop loss is 6 pips, then it's almost guaranteed. It's like every time it's 6 pips, it's perfect. It lets me know. But this one is technically 10 pips, so it might, if anything, it might need a wick up maybe further. This might not even be the level. I'm just wondering, at some point, do we need to come all the way back up here? If we need to come all the way back up here, which will be this line up here. Let's see. Yeah, let me remove this guy. I'm wondering if this could be the order block we need to come back up to. So if this happens to be the move, wondering if we go like that, and then this is where we'll be wanting to take a trade at. Because it'll be this 50% right here. This 50% never got tapped. So at some point, I think it's going to need to be tapped. Yo, Max, what up? Walker, thoughts on Don's ma'am? I kind of seen it. What up, Daniel? What up? Obviously it is what it is. That's my guy to the end, no matter what. So he's the bounce back king, though. You know, anytime he ever has a little slip up or any kind of hiccup, and he comes back harder and stronger. So I'm not ever worried about that. He's a great trader. You can never take that away from him. One thing, he has the skill. He could always make it back. You know, he'll never go broke because he has the skill. You know, just something simple, nothing too crazy. You know, I understand. It is what it is. It happens to us. Some traders it happens. I mean, every trader goes through it. Others are worse. One thing though is what people are tending to forget is, however much he lost, he still, like, it's because of how big of an account he's using. So you might see it as, oh man, he lost this much, but also understand he has a giant ass account. So that's the reason why it's a big ass account. Of course it's gonna sound like a lot to somebody with $100 account, but you know, it is what it is, man. Yeah, Don's still the G, man. He's still the G. Because if you're a real trader and you're a real profitable trader, you know how it goes. You know how it is. That's just how I am too. Because I know how good Don is. And look at this right here. All right, look at this is the area it might be bouncing in. Look at perfect right here. And this is on the 15-minute. Damn, that's where you would have wanted to get in the 17.4. Kind of just seen it. Well, but this 30-minute also signals excuse me, lower prices at some point. So at some point this 30-minute is going to need lower prices. Yeah, exactly. Because look at this yellow line right here is pretty much the 50% of that, and look at where it bounced to reject. Chuck Basher. He said, I bet you do, Chuck. With a name like Chuck Basher. My boy be bashing. Alright, yeah, I think it's gonna push down right here. Yeah, it just broke that high right here. It's gonna come down, I think. It already created the higher price and it flipped bearish. So look, so you see how this candle closes green. So that means above this candle. So that means higher prices. So at some point it's going to need to create higher price. So when it breaks above and it creates the higher price, it already did that. So once it flips back underneath, now it's technically like a bearish candle. So it's only going to be bullish once it breaks back outside of that candle. So you could almost tell that that would be a top wick just off of that. And then you go to the 15. 15 says higher prices. With this wick below closing above this candle, higher prices. This already created the higher price, then flip back bearish. So like I said, is once it's already done it, and this is now signaling also lower prices. So most likely it's going to come down here to this low right here. That's 11 pips. Obviously I don't want to just jump in because this is where I would have wanted it to take that as a wick fill like that from that yellow line. But yeah, it's looking like it's gonna need to come down right here to these levels. There is these levels right here. Do your thing, bro. I know I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to get this. Like I say, I see these two levels needing to be tapped. One thing that I'm worried about is that there's an 8 hour 50% that needs to be tapped. So I'm wondering what is more likely to get tapped first. It's like, I think of it this way too, is like as a 2 hour, think of it as like a 2 hours, like a $2 bill. A 15-minute is 15 cents, you know, and then an 8 hours like a $8 bill. So it's like, this is less, you know what I mean? This is only $2 where this is $8. So that means what I'm thinking is going to happen is, in order, they have to go and collect the $2, they have to go and collect the 15 cents before they're able to go and collect the $8. So it's like you have to go after the smaller time frames first before you're able to go to the bigger time frame, because in order to go to the bigger time frame you need enough liquidity, and that's where you get the liquidities from the smaller time frames breaking highs and things like that. So that's what I'm kind of seeing right now, is that if we need these lower time frames, higher prices in order to make it down to this 8 hour 50% level, then that's why it's kind of telling me we're bouncing right here at this level. If we bounce here and we start respecting this level, then that's why I'm saying is I'm almost pretty sure this is gonna come back up to these levels like that. It's not gonna just go straight up, because we're also going against all this bearish pressure. So it's gonna be a little choppy, kind of probably going up. But once it gets to those levels, that's where I think it's going to break some highs and then do a little thing to come back down to target this 80% or this 8 hour 50%. But yeah, that's why I'm saying it's like, okay, so that broke the low, and then if that closes, let's see the 30-minute. Yeah, the 30-minute still needs lower prices, so it's gonna need to at least come here before shooting back up. So it's gonna need to at least fill in this wick right here, fill in this bottom wick, and then it's gonna do like that. I think it's gonna fill that wick and then come back up like that, go higher than it did before, which would probably give us to these areas like this, and then maybe come back down one more time. If not break it and go up, it might just continue up, which will be a lower high, because the same way I was thinking this needed to sweep one more time in order to go up, it's gonna either need to sweep this low one more time, get closer to this 8 hour, get a little closer and then go up, or it's gonna do a lower high, which is it's not gonna need to go down there, and then it's just gonna. But what that's gonna also tell me though is that if it doesn't go lower than that, then it's probably most likely gonna get rejected at that level too, because that's not enough liquidity to make it up there and to continue going up. Because if it wants to continue going up, this 8 hour level needs to be tapped. So I don't think it could actually want to go up. So any move back up is just a pullback, just to go back down to target this 8-hour 50% level. So just by that being said, is why I'm saying is like all of these pullback ups were just liquidity so we could target this 8-hour. So if we do, look, now that we swept these lows, look at, we're gonna sweep these lows and look, let's see what happens. I think here is where it's gonna do another little pullback, do the same thing, and then go up. It does that because what would happen right now was laughing at the comments. Good breakdown. yeah. Crazy statement from Chuck. That's crazy. Chuck is insane. So yeah, so that's what I'm kind of thinking though, is that this is just gonna be another little sweep up. So kind of how I think about it is, like, in order for it to want to go way up there, it's gonna have to probably break. It obviously just broke this level, but I think it's gonna at least have to break that level before it wants to really go up. And I don't think these levels are gonna get, I don't know, we're gonna see. There's gonna be two options. It's either gonna hit this level first and then attack those levels, or it's gonna come attack these levels, so it could go there. Just going off of, I only have one example, and that's going off of the other day, how the 4-hour lower price needed to be tapped, the daily lower price needed to be tapped, and the daily 50% needed to be tapped. So all of these levels needed to be tapped before going up to that higher price weekly area. So just by going off of that, what that tells me is the lower time frames need to be hit first before the higher time frames. And just by, like what I was saying, is that this is a 15-minute is a way smaller than an 8-hour. So what I'm thinking is that this 15 is going to need to be tapped first before the 8-hour. Also, the 2-hour is going to need to be tapped before the 8-hour, because those two time frames are smaller. So in order to have enough juice to go to this 8-hour, this has to pretty much eat up the 2-hour, eat up the 15-minute, which is, now you think about it, is 2 hours and 15 minutes. Now it has a little bit more juice to come down to this 8-hour. So that's just kind of my idea. But there's two ideas. It's either going to come here first, then target that, or it's going to come target this 50, then target those. Because like I was saying, is that we're going to see what these, yeah, so I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it of a different way. Maybe see why would it not hit the lower prices first. So we're already bearish. And that would have been 30 pips right there on that drop. If we would have been able to take it from there, we would have been able to take that drop. Boom, right there. 10. And look, that stop right there, boom. 11 pips. That's not bad. It's not bad. And that went 26 pips. Perfect. It is what it is, man. But that's why I'm saying too, I'm gonna find out some information right now just by waiting on this. It's like this 8-hour is almost getting tapped, so we're gonna see maybe this 8-hour needs to be tapped first before it could go up. But what I'm also thinking now is that I'm wondering if 50% levels, what needs to be hit first, 50% levels of a CRTs or higher prices on time frames. So this is last time, just by going off that example, last time it was lower prices that needed to be hit and 50% CRT before the higher price time frame. So going off of just based off of that, then that means these lower time frames will probably need to be hit before this 8-hour. So I'm wondering if that could be the case, is that if we do make our way back up, it's going to be one of these type of things. Because this candle, watch, let me tell you what's going to happen right now. This candle is going to close back above this candle right here. The next one's probably going to wick down target this as an order block or something down here, wick down like that, and then start making his way back up. Hit that line right there, make a little thing like this, and then start making its way back up like this. Create a support on top, and then break out to the top, make a resistance, maybe come down a little bit, and then make its way back up, something like that. And then that's where I think once we take out these 2-hour higher prices, that's when we're gonna probably make our way back down to this 8-hour, which would also be another thing. Is like what I was telling you guys, is that time, how important time is. If you guys go back and look at every time that the high was tapped, the low was tapped, you will see that every single time, look at right here, 9 o'clock, right here, 9 o'clock, right here, 5 o'clock, 159, 159, 159 are the 3-4 hour candles that are so valuable. You're never going to be able to catch the bottom if you're not trading the 159 hour candles. So that's what I'm saying, is why knowing what time it is also very important. Knowing what day it is also very important. Trading a 9 o'clock candle on a Sunday or a Monday is not the same as trading a 9 o'clock candle on a Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday or something like that, depending on what day. And that's what I'm saying, is that it rotates too. Some days it's Thursday, Friday. Some days it's Friday, Sunday, a little bit of Monday. Some days it's Tuesday, Wednesday. Some days it's Wednesday, Thursday. So it's always a pattern. But that's where I say it's important to understand that, is that it's always in time frames. Oh, this thing is pushing. I guess it's not gonna do that. So it did flip. It did flip back bearish. And look at, let's see if it goes down now. Oops. Targeting that 8-hour 50% level. All right. So I'm guessing these levels are not that important then, if they're not going to get tapped. But I mean, now I'm kind of thinking about it. Where would a key level be at? A key level would need to be down here, way down here. So if it does reverse, I'm wondering if it's going to reverse right here at this level like this, and then go up there, then come down here to tap it. Because it always does that too. It's going to get really close to here, make you think you missed the move, come back up here, do all of this, and then go down like that. It always does that. It always does that. But we'll see right now. We'll see right now. But this is why too, is that it's a good thing that I like talking out my ideas, because if it doesn't plan out like how I wanted it, then that alone is telling me that I'm not in rhythm of whatever's happening. So I need to just chill off of that and not force any kind of trade or anything like that. So hurry, I can see it flip at that 50% level. Yeah. While this one got tapped, it went back. You see how this one, and it came back up? That's what I was thinking, and that will get souped. So I mean, this is, we're gonna see how this closes right now in 15 seconds. If this closes below this line, that's gonna signal lower prices, meaning this is gonna need to be broken now. So this low is gonna need to be broken. It's gonna need to at least do that. But if it closes above it, then it's going to signal higher prices. So that now it's signaling higher prices. So this wick below, and then watch it probably start pushing from here. Let's see if it flips right here and it starts to push. Because this signal higher prices. So at some point we're going to need higher prices. Oh, wait, you know what? What am I doing? You know what? Look at what I just kind of looked at right now. Hold on. This says lower price. Nothing right here says higher price. So what am I even talking about a 15? I just went back to it right now. I'm looking at this candle right here. There is no close below. There is nothing that says wick below higher prices. So why would I have this candle right here trying to tell me higher prices on the 15-minute? I'm tripping right now. What am I doing? Oh, right here. Oh, it's the 30-minute. Okay, it's the 30-minute. That's where I went wrong. All right. Yeah, the 30-minute says higher prices. That's where it is. Okay, my bad, my bad. See, I was like, man, see, something as simple as that, just having the wrong level. That's why you got to double check, making sure you're correct. You don't want to be slipping up. So yeah, so like I said, this signals higher prices. This bottom wick closed above it. It closed above that bottom wick, so that signals higher prices. So at some point, that is going to need a higher price. So let's see. All right, there it goes. It's looking like it's pumping now. So yep, damn, see, that was that was the buy signal right there. Because what I always say is that when you are taking this CRT up, so I'm okay, so it goes back to where I was saying the idea is that it's gonna start tapping these. I think it's gonna tap these lower prices now. I'm thinking that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna need to at least go to this 50% forward level. This is gonna become a resistance right here. That's where I should have taken that trade at, to be honest. I should have taken this buy. I should have taken it right at this wick, right at that level. It would already be 10 pips. You'll be cool right there. Yeah, good idea. I'm gonna hit my pipe. There it goes. There it goes. All right. So look at this might actually be a good thing though, because like I said, if we're able to predict that this is what's going to happen, then we kind of already know at these levels is where it's going to create the higher price, and then after that it's going to flip back bearish, and then when it flips back bearish, we're going to know we could target these 8-hour 50% levels. So I guess we just got to wait a little bit. I would have like I said, I kind of was hesitant. I should have just taken that buy. I should have just taken the buy and let this be my stop. Because if that was the case, well, look, what did I say earlier, guys? I said earlier I like my stops being 6 pips. Why? Because 6 pips tells me I'm right. If my stop is 6 pips, that tells me I'm right. And look it, from this line down to the bottom wick, I'm just gonna take a wild guess and let's see how many pips that is. From here down to here. Or let's just say even the opening price, because the opening price is from the wick right there. It's still only 4 pips. So that's where I was saying is that when the trade idea that you're looking for is less than 6 pips, it almost is like, I'm not, okay, you need to see it the way I see it though. Like obviously I'm saying it general statement, you need to do data on this and stuff, but from my experience, when I get these wick entries, when I get the trades to the pip, every single one of those times, my stop is only needed to be 6 pips. But I put it 10 pips because for spreads and whatnot, you know, maybe give it a little bit of spread. Other than that, it's pretty much 6 pips. But that's what I say is that it does it every time. It never fails. So all right guys, I think I'm in rhythm now. I think we could start cooking now. Hey bro, that feels good right now though. That feels good. Okay, now we're cooking. Hey, what did I just say a little while ago though? When I marked out the way this candle was gonna need to happen, I said exactly what was gonna need to happen. It was gonna go do all of this, go to the previous high, and I literally marked it out. I wish I wouldn't have deleted it. I should have just stayed confident in that idea and just left it, but that's crazy though. That's crazy. Okay, wick, bottom wick 5, it's gonna flip. Well, actually it didn't need to make a bottom wick, because look, this candle wick closed below signals lower prices, so this is gonna need to create a lower price. I think it needs to create a lower price. It's gonna go to the opening, which is that candle right there. Boom, and let's see if it rejects or if it continues up. Just like this candle did pretty much. Oh, it did. It went. Oh, let's see if it goes up. If it breaks that or it doesn't. I think if it breaks that, it's just gonna continue up. But I'm just saying as some kind of little pullback. All right, let's see. Hold on. Same thing. It closed below the range. So I'm still seeing a bottom wick below here, at least something like that. So this would be the range. So look, I'm thinking it could wick above. Look, it's gonna wick above, and then the next ones are gonna come down like this, wick down like that, and then come back up to target that. Watch, there it goes. Look, it just wicked above, and oh, there it goes. Oh, never mind. It just pushed up. Right after it wicked, it pushed up. Boom. Let's see how that candle closes. This signaled higher prices. That signaled 15-minute. Ooh, so look at this. Is the one thing I'm worried about now, though. It just broke that high. So if it breaks that high, now I think, okay, now it's going to create that lower prices that we were expecting. I think now it could create that lower price. So let's see from here if it flips bearish and it comes back down to this level like that. Let's see, because at some point it's gonna need to create, because the reason why I say that it could do it now is because the previous candle high becomes a key level, because that's a previous high that it just swept now. So once it sweeps a level, now it needs to sweep a lower level, which is to go back up, which is kind of why now I'm saying this is most likely going to happen now, where it needs to come down to these levels. And then this is where it's going to do a sweep of these lows, because we need lower prices from this candle. Actually, we need lower prices to this candle also. So, I mean, I think it might need to come down to this level. That's what I'm thinking, though, is that, yeah, it's going to need to come, because this is also signaling lower prices. So if that signal lower prices, at some point, it's going to need to happen. And I think this is a 30-minute lower price. This being a 5-minute lower price will kind of go into the idea what needs to be hit first: a lower time frame 5-minute lower price, or a 30-minute higher price. Which I'm just going off of. In order to get a 30, you need a bunch of 5, so you need 6 5-minute candles. So I'm just going off of my idea of how I would think about it, just so I could remember it. But 5-minute lower price. Let's see if it continues up or if it pushes down. Oops. All right, still stuck at that level. And if you guys understand the 3-piece, look, it just did a 3-piece right here, where we have the one candle here, we have the inside bar, and then we have the sweep of the highs. So what did I say? It needed to sweep the highs to now to come back to these lows now. So I'm wondering if this could be the flip now. Let's see if it could be the flip now, because now this becomes the range that we're trading in. Now we just tap the high of it. Now it's going to flip, I believe. I think it's going to need to tap this low now, and then it's going to start targeting these 5-minute lower prices, which is going to probably be down these areas. And like I say, everything that happens is always it's always like lower prices or higher prices, and it's always at a key level. It's not just it's not going to be right here. If you have a reversal or some kind of move, it's going to be at this level or at this level, because these are key levels, because a move already happened there. This already happened there. So that's why it's most likely gonna, if it were to come down here, it's gonna react there, because this level already. So that's why I'm saying it really is just taking lows, taking out highs, lows, taking out highs. So that's what this does. Is just, if it takes out that low, it's gonna need to take out that low. Same thing with the high. This is just the high over here, wondering if we could take that high now. Ooh, this thing is moving. Damn. So that 4-hour lower price got tapped. That was the 4-hour candle, like exactly like we were talking about too. Damn, I didn't even think about that. That was the, that was the CRT right there. That's what we missed. We missed that whole trade right there. That was the lower price. So now it's going to hit the 30-minute and the 2-hour lower price before the 8-hour. It makes sense. Everything is going to start moving up now. Perfectly. But what could still happen is if this is the 4-hour, this just open at some point, if it doesn't go straight to the top on this candle, the next candle will probably make a small bottom wick before maybe pushing up. But that makes sense why exactly this happened there, because look at where that happened at, exactly at our levels that we were waiting for. This was the 50, or what level was this? Let's see. What level was that? Okay, that might have just been the, oh, that was the CRT level of that. Okay. But it makes sense. And where would the 50% of this candle be at now? So the 50% of that candle would be pretty much exactly where we tapped at. So now that's why I always say, if you're taking these trades, you should be managing them at 50% always, because there's always going to be a pullback there, even if it continues up, but it's still going to react at that 50 level. So what I've been working on myself is targeting that 50% level, getting out and waiting for a pullback and getting back in. So you could possibly, you know, let's say you close out at 50 pips here, it goes back down 25 pips, then you could get back in, and then now you get those 25 plus the next 50 that you were already expecting to begin with. So instead of closing 100, you might close 50 or something. Damn, this thing is moving, bro. That was the move right there. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. It's gonna hit these levels, and then it's gonna hit these levels, I believe, right here, the 2-hour higher price, because it already took out our 4-hour daily level. And you want to know something crazy? I think I said this yesterday's stream also, is that this is the CRT level, but also where this level would be at is this is what I forgot. I just remembered it right now. I just thought about it right now. This is where I messed up. So you see how this is a level right here, right? This is the level we got in, and this is the 4-hour level we were talking about, right? So look, once we close in this area right here, or underneath this area, what I said yesterday, the exact same thing I said yesterday, is this is the level that we were targeting. And after the target, it always goes a little bit underneath it. So pretty much what I'm saying is that you see how we close underneath it and we still made a bottom wick. That is just the bottom wick fake out, pretty much on a higher time frame. So it's just a 2-candle fake out back into the range. So it's just a fake out going back into the range. But what I'm saying though is that understanding that, that's how I came up with the conclusion of, instead of getting into your trade here, how to get into your trade here is by targeting the first order block or fair value gap after the target you were looking at. So we were looking at the 50% 4-hour to get targeted, right? So once it did get targeted and closed below, where's the first fair value gap underneath that level? This is the first candle that closed underneath this 4-hour. So this was the first candle, and that's the wick. Where's the first fair value gap underneath that level? Look, right here. Ooh, let's see. Hold on. It's always the first. Oh, yeah, right here, too. Look, right here. This is the first level right here. Look. Boom. Boom. This is the 50 line. Look at exactly where the fake out happened at. We obviously wicked a little bit lower. I'm sure if you would have you could find that level if you go a little bit deeper into a 1-minute candle, I bet. But that's what I'm saying, is that that's how you know this would be the move. And obviously, look at this, is gonna start pushing up. I should have taken a buy on the flip of that too. That's my bad. Damn. It's definitely gonna hit these levels though, but that's where but the same thing I tell myself, if I'm not in the trade I want it to be, which is down here, then I shouldn't be trying to force a trade after the fact. You know, wait for some kind of pullback, like we were expecting, and then we're gonna go and try to attack that trade. But if it just hits the levels straight up, then it is what it is. But look, okay, this is where I think it's gonna react at. It's gonna come and target these 5-minute lower prices and then go up. So maybe we could probably look for a trade down here or something. But yeah, back to what I was saying about that 4-hour area. Look, that is the first fair value gap right there, which is this box right here. First fair value gap. And then if I go to the 5-minute, I don't think I see a fair value gap right there. But I think it might even be on like the, probably, let's say the 3-minute. I want to say the 3-minute. I bet you it's the 3-minute. Yeah, exactly right here. Look. Boom here. Boom there. So look. This is the fair value gap that we seen right here. The first one underneath the 4-hour 50% level we were targeting. And it's always the first one. Always the first one. Because this is the lows that we're targeting, which are these probably this 50% level. So we're sweeping that, but we go into the fair value gap. And that's why that fair value gap would be valid, was because that is the first one underneath the key level. And that is exactly what we filled up. And what I always say, what is a fair value gap? It's just the imbalance. So the whole idea of the fair value gap is for it to fill it up like a water bottle, fill it up, and then that's how it gets enough juice to push up like that. And then look, it tapped the 30% level like we expected. Now we're gonna come back down to this 1-minute level that we were expecting, this 5-minute lower prices. So at some point we're gonna get a 5-minute lower price. So what I'm thinking is gonna happen now is that these next candles, if this candle closes below this range right here, the next candle is probably gonna target this top wick right here, and then make its way back down to these 5-minute lower prices, or these 1-minute lower prices. What was it, 1 minute? Oh yeah, they were 1 minute. Why do I keep getting the numbers wrong? I keep saying 5, but it's 1 and this and that. But anyways, yeah, this is all saying, yeah, it's gonna come back down. Watch, look, it's gonna, damn, I'm wondering if I should, let's see, I'm gonna wait for this next 5-minute candle to open up. I'm gonna wait for this next 5 minute, because if this closes underneath this yellow line right here, it's gonna signal lower prices, which means we're gonna need to at least target this low down here. And once you target that low, it might need to target the first fair value gap like we talk about, which is right here. So if anything, it's probably gonna, I'm wondering if we should take a buy though, because if this is gonna come down to these levels, this is gonna come down, but this is the low we need to break. But what I just say is always the first fair value gap. So this is the first one right after that. So I'm thinking this could actually come right into these levels, something like this. And we could probably take it up to this 2-hour higher price that we were probably talking about. And this would be 6 pips exactly. So like I was saying, look, if the entry is here, my previous low is here, and that previous low is only 6 pips. So I'm wondering if I should take this buy right here. But one thing I'm worried about is that these 1-minute lower prices still need to be tapped, where I think this is kind of getting me a little confused real quick, because I really don't know. It already made the high there. 2-hour, 4-hour, 8-hour. Let's see, 8-hour needs low. 8-hour still needs lower prices. So at some point the 8-hour still needs lower price. The 15 just flipped. The 15 just flipped. The 30 just flipped. The hourly. So look, okay, we're here at this level right here. Let's see, it filled it up. You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna get in nothing. Because like I said, what I'm worried about is if I were to take this buy right here, this 1-minute lower prices still need to be tapped. So if it does even bounce right here, it'll probably be something like this to go back down. So if anything, there's gonna be a fair value gap level right here that's gonna probably take place, which is giving me this idea. Yeah, it's gonna give me this idea. Once we close back below this range right here, if this gives me that, there might be a sell opportunity right here, which will give us this kind of that idea. Because this is, sorry, so look, okay, now it's gonna hit that, which is these lows. It tapped that, and look at that, would have been where my stop was. So like I said, it would have targeted my stops exactly. So I just wait, and that's what I'm saying though, is knowing that these lower prices still need to be tapped. A 1 minute is so minor. That's why it tells me before this 2 hour gets hit, how could you not take out some 1 minute orders? And it's, you know, if you're trying to make it up here, you're gonna need to take these 1 minute orders. So I think it's gonna need to at least come back down. So what I might try, but it did just flip right there. I'm just wondering if I should try to take this right here. Let me see, hold on. 10 pips. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think it's gonna do that. Damn. So hit those prices, it's gonna get a rejection here. I'm thinking that is, I'm gonna take a sell once it taps this level right here. All right, I'm gonna take a sell. This tops will be my stops. That'll be 10 pips. Once we hit these lows, I'll probably go break even. Once we hit these lows. All right, made a top wick. All right, let's see. My stops are about 11 pips, so let's see if we could survive this 11 pips. Yo, Ryan, what up? So what I think gonna happen, it's gonna come to this level right here, possibly, and then bounce, come back down, and then like that. Let's see. Ooh, 15 minute. Damn. My exact entry is this fair value gap at 18.8, which is right here. So yeah, if it hits this top, then I'm out. Damn. Is it really gonna hit that top? It's my stops is right here at the top of here. So if it flips and it goes, and I'm out of the trade. Damn. I'm still in. I haven't got out yet. It's barely, it almost tapped it. Almost tapped it. There's no way it just went straight to that, bruh. Damn. Yeah, if it goes to 19.9, I'm out of the trade. 19.9. 25.19 or 25.19.9. So pretty much 25.2. Yeah, I'm gonna hold it. I'm still holding it, but I'm down. Let's see, I'm down like 6-7 pips right now. So let's see. Yeah, I'm down 7 pips. So if this flips right here, then I don't see it flipping right here. I kind of think it, because it shouldn't have hit this fair value gap like that. What's gonna probably happen now though is that it's probably gonna do like a reverse, where it's probably gonna hit this fair value gap and then flip, which is, I guess, kind of what this just did right here. It hit this fair value gap and it flipped. So yeah, I'm out the trade. 10 pips. I lost 10 pips on that. Damn. But look, that's why we manage it though. That's why I manage it the way I manage it, because I know if it hits my stops, I'm it's not the right trade, you know. So it is what it is. But I probably even should have had my stops right here at this high of this fair value gap, which is only 3 pips, because I was on the mindset is that was the level that needed to be tapped. Damn, it got me though. 10 pips, it's all good. But damn, bro, that's back-to-back days I took a L on here. That is not good, bro. That's not good. I mean, there's small losses. I'm still ahead this week, but it's just the fact that, like I said, I took a L yesterday doing the same thing, and I'm wondering why these. But I mean, it might still go, bro. Watch it. Damn, watch it do that. Because then actually though, I'm wondering if these were the highs that I should have been watching out for. You know what? That is the high. Look at it. I'm kind of thinking this right here. Look at where I put that line at. If I would have put the line right here, I think we would be more valid. And then look, it's right back to break even now. And then watch it probably run and stuff. The stops were that technically only needed 15 pips, but I had the stops at 10 pips. Because I didn't think this high would have needed to be broken again. I thought that was the move already, so this pullback up was gonna be that. But now I'm kind of thinking about it too. This high right here technically never broke any of these other highs. So like, why did I not notice that? You know, like, damn it, it's always in hindsight I see it, like I see it perfectly, like, duh, this is exactly why it didn't move until this was the move I wanted. But the reason why is because it didn't even break a level yet. The level that I was expecting was this, but it didn't even break the level. So now that it broke this level that I was expecting, watch it exactly do what we wanted it to do exactly that. And that was the reasoning though, was literally just me missing that this never broke the high. This is explaining why this never continued down. So now what I'm thinking though is that this is going to be the move that it's going to create the fair value gap, and then this would be the one that I believe I might see what we can do. That'll be another 11 pips. So so look, this looks exactly the same, right? It's like it's doing the exact same thing. So it bounced here and it's going up. So my guess is that this would be the official move. It's gonna come here, and that's where it's gonna target the previous lows. It was literally this is the same exact thing that happened to me last night. Was just the fact that I jumped into the trade 1 second too soon. It's like I jumped in right here trying to take it down, when literally if I wait 5 more minutes, it's the move that we were kind of expecting, you know. And it really is just, it's just time, I guess. Time is that was the move. Look at that. Right into the target that we were looking for too. So this would have been the fair value gap area. Boom, right there. We would have had the stop. We already lost this trade, but this would have been the idea, exactly to that idea. And that would have been the 15 pips right there. You would have been broken even already. You're going to take it down to these 1 minute lower prices. It's going to create these lower prices, and then this is where I think it's now going to take out the 2 hour higher prices. So at these levels, I think it's going to target the first fair value gap, which is right there. That is the move right there, I think. Let me see, that's 4. Let's see, how many pips is that? That is 16.7. Let's see. But now you could kind of see that this was all of those levels getting tapped. I'm wondering if that could have been the move right here, but you see how I see all these other fair value gaps. So what I'm kind of thinking is that I'm wondering if these need to be filled in. So it might need to come all the way back down to these levels down here, which is going to be this last fair value gap, which will also be, I think, this level right here, which will be this guy. But if it moves from there, then that's something else. But so look, we already created our 1 minute lower prices now. So we already tapped that. And let me see what's gonna happen here. Is it gonna react and reject, or is it just gonna fill in these lower time frame fair value gaps? But I don't think so. I think it could, like, what did I just say? Also, I said, oh, you entered as stop loss. Good shit, GP. The one thing is I'm worried about is that because like I said, it hits these prices, so now you definitely want to be break even at least, bro. But that was the idea, that it would need to come to at least these lower prices, and I think this is where it's going to reverse at. So I'm wondering as if we could possibly take this trade right now back into it. Where I would have wanted it is 16. Let me see. This is at 16.6. We're only 4 pips behind right now. So if it could go, let's see. This is gonna close in 2 minutes. Hold on. Let me see what this fair value gap is looking like. Oh, it just tapped it. I think that might have been it. I'm gonna take a buy right here. I'm gonna keep these stops very small right here. Very small. Freaking, this is gonna be 4 pips. 4 pips. 4 pips is my stop. Because if it damn it, if it goes lower, the one thing, damn it, man, did I just rush into a fucking trade? Fuck. And I have it right at the bottom of this fair value gap right here. That is my stop, is pretty much that bottom of that fair value gap. So that's pretty much 4 pips. Yeah, this 5 minute didn't even close yet. And it has a whole fair value gap right here to fill in. So I think that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Damn it. Yeah, I'm still at 4 pips. I'm still in at 4 pips, but yeah, it's gonna close me out right here. Oh, it didn't. Damn, it did. Did it just reverse on me? I'm still at 4. Okay, now, yeah, it just got me out. Oh wait, shit. No, I'm still in. I'm still in. It hasn't hit me. Okay, now it's out. Fuck. Damn it, man. Again. Fuck. That was only 4 pips, so I know. Slow down, man. I need to chill. But it's exactly what I just said to against myself. So I'm down 15 pips now. I'm down 15 pips. Both of these fucking trades L's. Damn, bro. Damn, that was a bad. Like I just said too, it's gonna need to come down to this level, bro. Why am I trying to capture? I'm catching a falling knife right now. I just said too, this is the level it's gonna need to come down to. I should have waited for that level. All right, if this candle closes like this and it wicks below it, I'm probably gonna take another buy, bro. I'm gonna keep my stop small again, and I'm gonna keep this stop small. I'm wondering if that could have even been the touch right there that we would have wanted. I'm not in no trade yet. I just wanted to see the measurements on it. Just wanted to see measurements. Let's see. Or is it gonna break those lows? Boom. Hold on, let's see. All right, yo, I'm gonna take a buy right here. Buy right there. I'm gonna use these stops as my stop. My stops are literally gonna be 3 pips again. 3 pips again. Let's see. Three pips again is my stops. My stops is right here at the bottom of this low. It's just 3 pips. I got right here at the bottom of this wick. Wow, don't tell me again, bro. All right. This don't got no bottom wick. Fuck, man. Yeah, my stops are only 3 pips though. So if it doesn't flip right here and keep going, then my whole idea is wrong, bro. Damn, it doesn't look like it's flipping. Doesn't look like it's flipping. Yeah, it's gonna hit stops, bro. If it hits stops, bro, I'm about to get off right now. If it hits stops, I'm about to get off. If we break these highs, I'm gonna just go break even already. All right, I'm gonna go break even. I'm gonna go break even. I'm already break even right now. If it goes back to stops, it hits me out, but yeah, I just wanted to, damn, it looks like it's about to flip again. All right, yo, if it hits me out, I'm about to get off. Yeah, I'm out. Oh, it didn't get me out yet. Let's see. Almost. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I say, it's not so much that I'm mad that I'm losing, because I'm only losing 10, 15 pips, bro. I could make, like I said, my last trade, I made 100 pips, so it's really nothing. Yeah, I'm already out. It got me out. Fuck, man. All right, yo. Yeah, it just, like I said, I'm just more frustrated in myself. It's just I'm taking bad trades, bro. I'm not even taking no good trades. I'm taking little crappy trades. It's like, damn, bro, what am I doing, you know? So obviously none of my fucking ideas have been working out. I'm mad at myself, bro. I'm just mad at myself, bro. I could care about the pips. It's small pips. I lost 15 pips, you know, or 20, if anything 20 pips. That ain't nothing, but it's just the fact that, like I said, it's more the discipline, the stuff that I should be avoiding. I shouldn't be taking these type of trades like this, you know. It's like, but the one thing that saves me though is having small stops. Like I said, I know what type of trades I'm trying to take, so if my stops get hit, it's because my idea is wrong. So that's really the main thing. Today was just a bad day. I take 3 L's right now, but I took 3 L's. That's bad, but all 3 L's only equaled 15 pips. So in reality, it's just like one big trade of 15 pips, but it's just the fact that, like I said, I wasn't on my game today. Kind of over traded a little bit. I do have a rule: if I lose 2 trades, I shouldn't take a third. And you know, what am I taking a third trade for? And I'm wondering if it needs to go back to these 80. Watch. Let's see. I'm gonna just stay on right now. Actually, you know, I'm not gonna get off. I need to face it. I need to face it. I need to look at the charts in the eyes and then see what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? I can't just back out. You know what I mean? I gotta face it. That's pretty much my idea. You know, just I'm over here trying to escape it by running off stream and stuff. It's like, man, you need to step your game up, and you need to focus. And that's what I need to be doing, is focusing on my next trades and stuff. It's all good. Like I said, I'm not worried. I'm just mad at myself of like I'm mad at myself more or less of like just the plan, you know. It's like it's one trade led to the next, and then that led to the third trade. So it's like my first trade was a bad idea. It was, I mean, the idea was correct, but it just was too early. And you know, and that alone I should have just stayed out after that. I should have just said, okay, let me just be cool, whatever. But shit, man, what do you know? It just did the same thing, you know. But yeah, it's all good. Like I said, I'm just trying to really, I'm really hard on myself when I do things like this, is because this is out of the ordinary. And even though it's only 15 pips, but to me, I think of it as 3 ideas that were just completely wrong. So if the ideas are wrong, I need to figure out why they're wrong. And that's why I need to stay on these charts. I can't be hopping off just getting a quick, because I could take a loss. You know, I need to figure this out. So that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna just try to figure this out. I'm just gonna keep watching these prices and stuff like that. Yeah. And that's one thing too that I always tell myself too, is like, it's not even the strategy that's wrong on anybody. Really, the main problem with a lot of anything is just you might be missing something. I thought I might have seen something that wasn't really there, you know? So it might have been it's just one of those things that but yeah, man, it's all good, man. I'm just like, bro, I feel like I'm a freaking amateur right now, just taking these L's like that, you know? And that shouldn't even be a case, but it's just, you know, bad timing, man. Bad ideas. Yeah, we chilling. GBP, I know you took that. Did you close yet, or are you still holding, bro? That was a good idea. Damn, let's see. So the 15 is gonna close, the 30 is gonna close, the hourly is gonna close right now. The 2 hour still needs time. The 4 hour still needs 3 hours. Let's see, this 15 don't got no top wick. Damn, was that? No, I don't think that was it. Closed a while ago. Nice, bro. Good work though. Good job, bro. Good job. See, shit. Even when I take a L, somebody could be winning. So it ain't always, like I say, it's like you ain't gotta. I hope ain't nobody's taking like taking these trades thinking blindly. You know what I mean? You need to be looking at. You need to be listening to what I'm saying and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it's all right. It's all right. Like I said, what sticks with me is I keep thinking of 3 L's. You know, if I took 3 losses, even though it's only 15 pips though, it's like, damn, the 3 L's is just even worse. I should have at least hit one of those things. That was bad. But it is what it is, I guess. Yeah. Damn. And it did everything we wanted to. It did a lot of the stuff we were expecting. That closed below 12 hour daily, closed below 15 minute, 5 minute. And look at, there's 2 lines right here, right? So look, there's this green candle and then there's this red candle right here. If I put a line on the green candle, which is this first one, and then this is the red one, this is what I see right here happening. Is look, the first line it almost got tapped. I could say it did get tapped just because it's so close, but let's just say it did get tapped. It technically didn't tap that bottom one, which was the red candle, But the thing is by that, just from kind of seeing that happen, I want to say it's not the green candle where you're going to get the bounce from. You're going to get the bounce from the bottom red candle, which is going to be that support candle. So you're going to need to break that low for this to be a valid push up, which is kind of why I'm thinking this move up is just a move to come back down. Like this level down here needs to be tapped. So if this level needs to be tapped, that's where I'm thinking is this move up is just going to target liquidity so it could come back down. And if you look at, this is where the top is at. I think, yeah, if anything, we should probably look for sales in this area right here, because yeah, it's going to come back down to this low right here. Let's see. Yeah, and it did exactly that. It tapped right there to that middle line. Yeah, that's actually, I kind of missed that right now, but this is what you're looking for, was this break of this high right here, and that's exactly what happened. So what I'm thinking is, now that we touched the top of the range, we grab the liquidities, we grab the highs of the liquidity. Now we need to grab the lows of it, which is going back to these levels down here where I was kind of saying. An idea that I kind of got right here is that it's going to hit this level right here to bounce back down. Like it needs to go up a little bit more. Like it needs to tap a few more pips up at 2515.8. So I'm thinking at this level is where we're going to look for a reaction at. So at this level, I think this is where a reaction to come back down to these levels are going to happen at. Or was it this guy? Oh, you know what? I'm wondering if it could have been that, if I had the wrong box too. I'm wondering if this could have been the order block, maybe? Either this one or this one. Alright, let's see. All right, so let's see how this level reacts. I just want to see how this level reacts right here, because this would be that level, I think, if it needed to just gonna see how it goes. Ooh, damn. So yep, that's letting you know it closed above. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not in anything right now. Oh yeah, that thing is moving. Let's see, 5 minute. Oh, that thing flipped perfect. Damn. Yeah, this thing closed above, so we're probably gonna look for some kind of higher price. Well, that's where I say too, is that this level is where you're gonna find a reaction at. You're either gonna push straight through it or you're gonna close above and start closing above. So what I'm thinking now is that now that these levels did get swept, let's see what happens here now. I wonder if that could be it. No, I don't think that could be it. Well, 15 still says higher prices. This says that. Ooh, I'm wondering. Let's see. And you know what? Look, this is a fair value gap right here. So there's also one up here. So I'm wondering if this could be resistance right here. So what this could possibly do is it start working its way back up to maybe do that. I'm just saying because this is exactly the area where right here, this fair value gap, this is exactly where it got a reaction at. Damn. Yeah, look at this is kind of excuse me. This is kind of what I'm noticing right here. Okay, so look, when I took this idea, look, this is crazy that I'm even looking at this right here. Look, when I took this idea thinking this was gonna be the sell right here, and this was gonna be the fair value gap, I believe, where was it at? It was, or was it this one? Was it that one? No, it wasn't that one. It was, damn, where the hell did I do it at? Let me try to figure out. I need to figure out where I took that trade at. Let me see. It was at a fair value gap. Where did I take it at? This was that level. Or did I take it? No, I didn't take it at a fair value gap. Actually, I took it at this order block. That's where I went wrong at. That's where I went wrong. Now I see it. What I did was I used this order block. The order block is supposed to be at the top of the level, like the trade where this is probably gonna go. Now it kind of makes sense. Okay, I think I see it now. That's where I went wrong, is I used an order block area. So what I think is gonna happen is that it's gonna need to target this order block area. So it's gonna probably come back up to these levels and come back down. The reasoning why, when I had taken the trade, I think, where did I say I took it at? It was or I mean, where I would have wanted, oh, it was the order block entry right here, was where I would have wanted to take the idea, like just where I was thinking about it. So I was trying to figure out why wouldn't this area be valid, but then it kind of makes sense why this one didn't get rejected like I was expecting, because just looking left, look left, and you see that there's this big fair value gap right here. If you can see that there's that fair value gap right there, what that tells me is that it needed to be filled. It's the same thing like I was telling you earlier, that fair value gaps are just like unfilled orders pretty much. So what it needs to do is it needs to go and fill it up and give you the orders pretty much, and then you're gonna come down after that. So when I took this, well, when I was thinking about this idea that, okay, let's see if this is gonna get rejected right here. The reason why this didn't get rejected is because this fair value gap right here hadn't been filled up yet. And look at what happened right after it did fill up. So let's say instead of this order block being the entry, let's use this fair value gap as our 50% entry, which would have been exactly right there where it got faked out at. So if we would have used that as our entry, our stops would have only been 2 pips. It would have only needed 2 pips, and then it still would have ran 15 pips. So that's why, though, that's where I got it wrong at, was because of that, was that when I took the trade, this fair value gap hadn't been finished yet. So that's why literally if I took it 1 second too late, I didn't even notice it. It was the same fair value gap was exactly right there. So what I should have seen, where I got kind of fixated at, was the fact that we broke these highs right here. When we broke those highs right there, what that told me was, okay, now we're faking back into the range. When we do a retest, this is where it's going to hit this 50% level to come back down. But then that's what I'm saying is why it didn't work, was because right above it was this fair value gap, and that's what needed to be tapped. And then that was the idea that I was actually looking for, was for that idea right there. Was like when I was saying this is the 50 line, let's see what happens. This is the area I was waiting for. This is the exact area. That's where I went wrong at. All right, so now this is what I'm thinking is gonna happen. I'm not taking no trades no more, but look, now that we swept these lows, we're gonna need to sweep these highs now. So I'm thinking at some point we're gonna go back up to these highs right here, because it always does this. This is why I kind of know it's gonna go up, because of the fact that this 50% line, this 8-hour 50% line that needs to be tapped, it always goes exactly like a few pips above it. You see how it barely missed it? I've noticed that when I have a key level that I'm waiting for, it always tries to fake you out. What it's going to do is make you think you missed the move. It's going to get very close to your entry or wherever your idea would be at, and it's going to get very close to it, and it's going to make you think you missed it, which is why it's going up right here. This is what I'm saying. It's going to make you think you missed it, but all that tells me now, that's a confirmation for me just to know that this move up is just going to come back down again. So obviously I'm not going to take no trades or nothing, but just my idea, like the way I think about this stuff, is that there is a 2-hour higher price that still needs to be tapped, I believe. Well, it was a 2-hour higher price, right? Yeah, way up there. So damn, this thing needs to go way up here. So that's still 60-70 pips up here. But that's what I'm saying though, is that I think I'm wondering if this area right here, if it doesn't take you all the way back up here to these 2 hours, I'm thinking it could at least break you above here, maybe hit this 8-hour and then go up. But it's definitely gonna okay, I already finished this 30 minutes. Let me get rid of that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now, is that this level right here is going to make you think you missed the move. It wants you to think you missed it. So like I said, it always does that. So I'm just literally just gonna wait and see if that is another case here, where it's gonna make you think you missed the move and then go up. Like, even if it doesn't go all the way up there, it's gonna need to at least probably break these lows before it goes all the way back up there again. So So what I'm going to do again is go back to where these candles are at, which is this 4-hour range. Remember we were talking about this 4-hour range. This is the range that we're trading in. So with this range alone, oh, look, this is the range right here. So with that being said, this is the whole range that we're trading. And it kind of makes sense. It's like, this is the high, this is the highs that we swept. If we go to the highs, what needs to happen? We usually need to go to the lows. Where are the lows? Way down here. So I'm just wondering, is it going to need to go up here first and then down? Or is it going to go down here first and then up? But from my knowledge of way these things kind of happen is that the lower prices usually get tapped before the higher prices. Even though we're very close to it, we're going to see how this really pans out though. So if this ends up panning out where it goes back up all the way up here, then it's going to confirm to me even more today. If it goes right here first and then here, then it's going to make me think, okay, it doesn't need to really go in order, but it might still be in order the other way, which where I'm saying is when I was doing the lower prices on the 4-hour, the lower prices on the daily, and then the daily 50% that needed to be tapped, all of those got tapped before the weekly, but technically the weekly still hasn't got tapped yet. So that's what I'm saying is I'm wondering if all the lower prices things need to be tapped before the higher prices, but because we're waiting for the weekly higher price, I'm wondering if that means all of like the sell orders need to be tapped out before we're able to take enough to go back up. So that's why I'm kind of going to use this as data as what's going to get hit first. Is this 8-hour going to get hit first, meaning in order for us to go back to the weekly, that's why the 2-hour also didn't get tapped? Or is it going to be this 8-hour that's going to get tapped first? But like I say, it's going to tell me something right now. And the thing is, the 30-minute did get tapped. So the 30-minute got tapped and it got rejected, or it just blew straight through it. So I'm wondering what's going to happen now. Is the 2-hour just going to get hit and then come back down like that? That's kind of my idea right now, is that it's going to need to probably come up to these 2 hours. That's just because the 2 hours are a smaller time frame than the 8-hour. So even though we're really close to this 8-hour, this is just going to give me even more confidence into knowing that the lower time frames need to be swept before the higher time frame. So if it does get this close to this 8-hour and then still go up and attack the 2-hour before the 8-hour, then like I said, it's just giving me a confirmation that no matter how close we get to that lower time frame or that lower price or that 50% level on a higher time frame, the lower time frames are always going to be hit first, no matter what, even if we're that close to it. But that's what I'm saying. This scenario right now is going to give me that data to know what needs to be hit first. If this 8-hour gets hit first, it's going to tell me something different. If this 2-hour gets hit first, it's going to tell me something different. So that's what I'm kind of thinking about. All right, let's see how this thing pans out. It's looking like, and look at there. Oh, that fair value gap already got hit technically, so that's done. So the next fair value gap that needs to be hit is probably up here. So I'm wondering if that's where we're gonna start heading from this little move. Because look at, we took out this low right here, and we came up this high, technically this high. So now that we took out this low, which is this low, we're gonna most likely go above that previous high that this low took us. So if we went lower than previous, there's a good chance we're gonna go higher than previous also. So if we go higher than previous, then we know at least at this point is where we're gonna probably need to push to. And like I say, is if these are the key levels that we're pushing to, it's always the first fair value gap, the first order block after these key levels that get attacked. So that's where I'm kind of seeing this fair value gap above these levels that we need to go to is what's probably going to get attacked, and we're going to get filled. So since this one is already filled in with this top wick to come back down, now I think what's going to happen is it's just going to blow straight through, because it already canceled out all of those orders, came back down, made people think it's a sell. Now it's going to go back up to make you think it's a buy, but it's going to push far enough to make you think it's a buy. But in these levels, it's most likely going to get reversed. And then that makes more sense of why we're going to target these 2-hour time frame, which is technically kind of up here. This is quite a far distance. I don't know if it'll go straight that way, but maybe tomorrow for news it'll probably do something like this, maybe, and then come down, and then maybe news does it like that, or news, it makes its way up for news like this, and then news takes us up all the way to come back down again. So that's why I'm saying is maybe this is why this 8-hour 50% level and this 2 hours not getting tapped yet, because for news it might be prepping it for news. So when it takes out this level down here, it's going to have enough juice to go back up here, or vice versa. It takes out this first, it's going to have enough juice to make it all the way back down again. And if you guys kind of understand the way like the days that reversals happen on, reversals always happen on, not always, but I want to say if you count it, the last 10 reversals, a majority of them happen on Thursday. And that's why I say it's important to understand what days you guys are trading on, because if you guys are trading on a Thursday, there's more likely, if you happen to catch that top, it's most likely a reversal. Whereas if you catch the top on a Sunday or something, it's not going to be a trade that probably goes all the way to the top, because it's Sunday, it doesn't have the volume and stuff like that, you know. So all right, so now we're starting to push back down again. We did now, so look at, we just took out this low. So let's see what happens. Does it flip back bullish again? Okay, like I said, everything is about taking out lows and highs. Every candle is a range. So this is a low and a high we took it out. So what's going to happen next? Now we need to take out probably these next high and low. So it's either going to go up here or it's going to go down here. But it usually goes the opposite way also, because like I said, it needs liquidity. So if this was the low we just swept, that was liquidity to go up now. So now that's most likely gonna, I'm just gonna guess that it's gonna need to come up here now, because it swept the lows already. It goes from the lows to the highs. So now it's gonna need to go to the high, which is most likely gonna be probably this push back up. So let's see how that goes. But I just read the candles like that. I'm just reading candles price action. Like I say, sometimes I might miss the candle or something, but I think sometimes when this is why too I shouldn't rush into trades, because I kind of already know. It's like I just need to wait till I get in rhythm of the trades. You know, it's like I'll eventually be able to read them the way I should be, but I gotta know what I'm looking at first. It just takes me a while, and that's my problem too. I'm over here jumping into trades, not even giving it too much thoughts and stuff, and that's where I'm saying is that it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Yo, bro, playing with my kids in pool. Take care. Oh, yeah, for sure, Dennis. Appreciate you for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, bro, hit me up later. I'm off tomorrow, too, so I'll be on the charts tomorrow.
Yes, Dennis. Appreciate you too, bro. Thanks for the value. No worries, bro. And like I say, guys, is that it's mainly just about doing this over and over and over. You got to just do this a lot of times. Reps. About getting the bag. Hey, man, I usually play those only on win days, bro. But I took a L earlier, bro. But I'll play it right now. I got you. I need to hear that. Maybe that's why I need to hear this song, because I've been slacking a little bit about my paper. You know, I ain't really been about my paper like that. So I need to make sure I let me see. Where's that damn music at? Whoa. Music. Yes, sir. All right, here we go. I found it. Yes, sir. I'm about to spark one to this.
Trap good.
TKO made me do it.
And lately, I've been really to myself. Focus on that bag and nothing else. She said she like my style for real. Get money, I ain't worried about a deal. Bitches love me, I ain't worried how they feel. And lately, I've been really to myself. Focus on that bag and nothing else. She said she like my style for real. Get money, I ain't worried about a deal. Bitches love me, I ain't worried how they feel. We could take a trip to Cancun. Stop believing shit that ain't true. Me, I make moves. I don't really talk, but Drake do. Trap good, that's all you say, fool. Trap good, these bitches paying cause they heard about me. I start feeling weird and I can sense the nerd around me. Once they get my game, then that's when they start curving around me. Cut off the snake, but somehow leeches got that word about me. Niggas fake and bitches fake too, but some come with a check. Worry about the last bitch, that's how the last bitch got left. I been on some ass shit, MVP, I'm to the neck. Throw me in the ocean with the sharks, I'ma come out the best. I ain't worried about the rest, they always got some shit to say. Every time the police stop my routes, I find a different way. Me, I find a different blade. Police, they can't stop nothing. Free my brother, remember days we had the block cook. That ain't really stop nothing. Getting that guap up. Police ever asked to say that shit was not us. Paid attention to the ones who really stayed around. Close friends don't mean nothing when niggas ain't around. Niggas ain't gon' help you out, don't know why niggas came around. Fuck to judge my lawyer, then it cost me 20,000. Yeah, I'm getting money now. It ain't funny now. And if a nigga say something, we gon' run him down.
Still trying to get it all together. Trying to fit your bitch in my schedule. Set her free, it takes no effort. Show these boys they ain't on this level. The shit you thinking about is like a pebble. We got big mountains and we climb them all together. They only do you wrong when you let them. Baby, let me strong when I'm hitting. I walked the dark road, you was with it. We on the paper mission. We on the paper mission. We on the paper mission.
I like partners, I know about this shit.
Trap good. Trap good. It's like I try to keep it real, but that wasn't really in my best interest. I hate these hoes, but I still send a bitch if she bring chasing me. Had to separate to elevate, so got my mans with me. Had to separate to elevate, could give a damn really. I'm really on the road, ain't got no heart, don't get attached to me. I'm breaking shit, she know I need that fee. I'm like, bring trap to me. Kicking shit down in the industry till they bring cash to me. I signed a deal, cause I could get my mama 100 racks, really. Ain't saying fuck no level, bring that back to me like Queen Latifah. I had to set it off, she was too fast for him. Beating up the road on interstates, running up cash, really. Feast be on the road on interstates, running up cash for me. I think I turned it up a notch, I kinda had to. Bitch, you garbage, throw that hoe away like that bitch bad food. I'm fed up, do they hear what I'm saying when I rap food? My head up when I be in the churches, too much fast movements. Church to Seattle, keep my mind clear. Saucy step around, so janky too, this ain't no mind clear. Young nigga just doing what I want, they say it's not fair. They be looking for me in the north, good day I'm not there. Trips to Seattle, keep my mind clear. Salty step around, so Jackie too, this ain't no mind clear. Young nigga just doing what I want, they say it's not fair. They be looking for me in the north, could think I'm not there, I'm too clean. Yo, bitch, she came and paid me, live her new dreams. I just got the call, I'm on the way, headed to blue cheese, stuck in the trap. I remember them old days when I had hoop dreams. Now I'm trying to knock me some new fees before my coupe leave. I'm sauced up, been in it since a youngin', just a north nigga. Think about myself, I had to learn, gotta keep torture with you and step it up. You still hitting the road with Cali Orange with you. My feet from out of state, she like I like pushing the organ with you. Come choose a piece.
Ooh. Change. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, y'all, they did me, bruh. Oh, it's because I switched accounts. That's why. I gotta bring that back, man. That one was hard right there. It's my boy, Road Running T, man. Road Running T, you feel me?
Trap good.
Trap good. Ooh, there we go. Look at that fake out right there at that fair value gap. That was the fair value gap that I figured needed to be filled. Once it gets filled, it's gonna reverse.
It's like I try to keep it real, but that one really.
And then it's gonna target these other fair value gaps that never got filled, which is I think this guy and this guy. So I'm thinking it's gonna probably come up into these levels up here. And this was just a little pullback, which is kind of why I was expecting that to go up like that. It always does that. Like I say, it needs to fill in these fair value gaps. Like it just needs to fill them up. And if you kind of think of this as like an order block too, I guess you could say, and they just needed to tap into that, tap into those levels. Well, let's see if it pushes up from here. If not, then it is what it is. But yeah, this thing CRT'd again back down. Let's see. Boom. There it goes. Oh yeah, this broke the low perfectly. Oh yeah, it looked perfect right there. I just got the call, I'm on the way, headed to blue cheese, stuck in the trap. I remember them old days when I had hoop dreams. Now I'm trying to knock me some new fees before my coupe leave. I'm sauced up, been in it since a youngin', just a north nigga. Think about myself, I had to learn, gotta keep torture with you and step it up. You still hitting the road with Cali. Hey, this looks like that trade that I've been talking about the other day. Is that this becomes that fair value gap right here, that 5-minute fair value gap. When you hit these levels at the bottom, we're gonna see how this 5-minute closes right now. If it closes green and respecting this level, then it's gonna signal it's gonna go up. But if this closes bearish and it starts to move back down, then that's telling me that that it's not the ideal trade that you would be looking for. So this candle alone will kind of give me some information if it's going to need to push up a little bit, maybe even a little further than I would expect. Maybe, who knows, maybe even to this 2-hour level. So I think that's the thing though, is that it's either this level right now. I think this is going to be the key level right here. Watch, check what I'm going to say right now, is that what I think is going to happen is that 1 minute lower prices, we already did that, right? Yeah, we did that, so let me remove that. So this is the two options that I see happening, is that if it closes respecting that, it's gonna fill in both of these fair value gaps, I believe, at least, if not start making its way possibly even up to this 2-hour level up here. But if it closes bearish back inside, like not respecting this level, then it's not gonna signal that. Then what I'm thinking, what it's gonna signal is that it's not gonna go all the way up to this level. If this closes bearish, even if it does go back up, that alone, this alone entry right here that's telling me it's not gonna be bearish, is telling me alone that this is not gonna be the move that goes all the way up. But if it does close green right now, respecting that, then I think that the next candle that does push up after that will be the move to take us possibly back up to these 2-hour higher prices before we make it back down to these 8-hour 50% prices. Oh, there it goes, the green. So that's where I'm saying is now that 5-minute entry kind of signals, that's what that usually signals to me, is that it's not going to be the one that just goes right here. It's probably going to go most likely up to these 2-hour highs now. And then if you kind of think about this being the range right here, there's this high right there, and then you could say this bottom of the candle is the low, and all this was a fake out to come back into the range. And it's the same thing, like I say, is now that we took the lows of this range, now we need to at least take the tops of the highs of the range, which is up here. But what that tells me though, that's another thing, is that one thing should tell you another thing. So that's what I'm saying, is that if it has enough power to go up here, then that means this list right here, or this 2 hour higher price, is going to be more likely to get tapped. Because if it didn't have enough power to get up to this level, it won't get to this level. So, but pretty much what I'm saying is that the only way it gets to this level is if it's also able to get to that level. So it's pretty much like you're only going to get both of them with the same idea, where it's not like you're going to get up here and then it's going to get rejected and then that one never gets tapped. Where I believe that it's going to be both of them that need to get tapped, the top of this range. But the fact that this top of the range is getting hit and not the 50% target, kind of like these levels right here, then what that tells me is that if the top of the range get hit, then it has this was the right trade, like I was saying on the 5 minute. Just like I was saying earlier, look, that would be the entry on that 5 minute fair value gap that you would want, because this is also the level that swept those lows. And it's kind of like the thing, like I was telling you, is that this 8 hour 50% level, it always gets very, very close to it, and it's gonna make you think you missed the move. So this whole move right here is to make you think you missed it, and it might even go up to this range, which is also strong enough to close like that, but it's gonna need a close before. It's almost gonna do what kind of how I got caught into that sell too early, where it's gonna start closing like this, and then you're gonna think, okay, it's time to sell, but it ends up kind of reversing. It makes one more high, and that will be the high that ends up probably coming back down to target these 8 hours. And that's what I'm saying, look at the move that's going up. It makes sense. It's perfect right there. I mean, I should have really taken a buy right there, but yeah, it makes sense. So that's why I'm saying now too, is that if that was the valid entry, I believe this is what's going to need to get tapped from this whole move right here. Just this 5 minute alone fair value gap entry trade is what kind of confirms to me this whole move this way. So we're going to see right now though how it ends up going, and that's 75 pips all the way up here to the top of that range is 57. Back up to this area is 30. But what I always say though is that this 5 minute entry level doesn't show up unless this is the right trade. So that's why I kind of know already this is the right trade to get in. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into nothing right now. Yo, I appreciate you guys for watching though. If you guys don't mind, you guys make sure you guys hit that like button. You guys also hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys for watching, and I know today wasn't the best of days, but this was definitely the move right here though, for sure. I knew it. But it's all good. We're gonna catch these all day, bro. This is what I'm saying is why I should have waited for this entry right here. This is the trade I should have waited for. I should have waited all of this, been waiting until that move happened. I shouldn't have rushed it. What am I rushing for, you know? So that's why I say is like why it's good. It's kind of like what GBP always tells me, you know, like you got to take your time. You don't want to rush things. You need to warm up. You need to really find your trade entry. And literally it would have taken me all of that time to finally find the correct trade, which is right here. And that would have been, you know, the only trade I would have needed all day. Even from these areas down here, this fair value gap area, it did just go up 15, 17 pips already. So That's not even a bad area. But like I said, if it ends up going up to these 2-hour levels, then that's where I say is that this entry confirms this whole move for me. It's just gonna confirm it more and more for me. But yeah, it's going good. See from here, that's already up 25 pips from that entry. All right, and look at what it did though. Look at exactly what it did. It filled in his fair value gaps exactly like we were talking about. It filled them up perfectly. That's all it needed to do, and now it turned back bullish or bearish. So maybe that's a sign right there. That's all it needed. But now what this is telling me though too is that, let's see, the next there is some fair value gaps up here that need to be tapped. So I think even it's still telling me that up here needs to be tapped. So these are going to get closed above, and then it's still going to come up into those levels. Ooh. I gotta make sure I don't play too much. They gonna copyright my damn stream. I'll be playing slaps though if I could. I just need underground artists, ones that won't copyright me, or just my homies and stuff. Actually, let me just go to his album, man. I've been stuck on my boy's album this whole time. I ain't really even played nothing else, to be real. I just been stuck on this album. It's crazy. All these plays is probably from me. But yeah, we'll see right now though. And if you look at, this is what we always say too, if this is the CRT trade right here, this is the range, and it always fills it up. So once it fills up the range, then now it needs to start figuring out the next thing it's gonna do. So if you kind of think about it, it did come back to these 50% levels, coming back. So it might hit this level and then bounce back up, or it might hit this level and just start pushing back down again. But we're definitely gonna find out right now. But my idea is that it still needs to go up. This is just like a one of those things where like it's creating a support right here. So it broke out. It's gonna create a support. It broke out. It's gonna create a support right here, and then it's gonna go up to this next level, probably make a resistance here, and then the resistance is gonna make a turtle soup down here to break these lows, and then it's gonna go back up. Then it's gonna do its probably same thing, make a retest up there to finally start targeting those highs over there. So I'm thinking it's gonna do something like that. So I'm just gonna leave this like this, and we're gonna see if this ends up happening, because it always does that. Like I say, the way it does it on the levels, it definitely does this, where it breaks out, and then above where it breaks out, it makes a support. And then once it makes that support, it goes to the next resistance, and it makes a resistance up there. And then that resistance gets the low swept of it, which it targets the fair value gap underneath that area. It targets the lows, sweeps them, and then it breaks above. It does like a breakout, and then it gives this top area that was the resistance before as a support retest, just to come back up, probably to target that high again. But like I said, I see this happen like this all the time, and that's why I kind of have that idea that if this is the move that I'm expecting it to be, then everything should start planning out this way, where if we start creating a support right here, you're going to get a red candle kind of creating a support, and then the next candles are going to be what starts to make its way back up and stuff. So we're going to see right now, okay, it just closed as that support. So now, that it just closed as a red candle as support on above this area. You see how it's above it though. So that's why I say is even if it does come back in here, I still think it could be something like that to go back up. So that's what I'm thinking right now. And this is what's, like I say, this is giving me a lot of data right here, just giving me this alone. So next time when I'm in this situation where I'm like, okay, we're right at this level, we almost hit it, but this is going to be the fake move up to make you think you missed this move right here, but it's not. Everything is to make you think, like, everything is meant to try to fake you out. That's how you also have to think about it, is that when you start getting good enough and you start having levels like, okay, I'm waiting for this level to get tapped, because if this is where my trade is going to be at, you already have your setup kind of ready, and you're like, okay, once this level gets tapped, boom, I'm in the trade, we're good to go. That's when you're going to be looking for that stuff to happen. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, now it's flipping bullish again. Okay, perfect. But yeah, that's man, let's see right now. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Kind of lost my train of thought right there. Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys for watching, though. Appreciate you guys for watching. We got 20 people watching and we got 28 likes, man. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate it. Hey, make sure you guys hit that subscribe and you guys hit that like button. And you guys also, if you guys want to join our Discord is in the description. And also, if you want to follow us on Instagram, make sure you follow us on Instagram. The Instagram is in the description also. And if you have any questions, feel free to message me. If you have a question about, like, I know how I always talk about the lower prices and the wick above, lower prices, wick above, lower, those kind of things. Yo, Eddie, what up, bro? What up? If you want me to send you that picture, I have a picture of it in my on Instagram. So if you message me on Instagram, I'll send you that little screenshot to kind of give you the way I read the candles and stuff. So yeah, message me about that on Instagram. I'll send that to you. But yeah, what up, Eddie? What up, bro? Everything good with you, bro? Everything good? Ooh, this thing is moving. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, this little buy model that I kind of have right here, it creates like this little sweep of the lows, and then it creates this 5-minute fair value gap. And when the very first 5-minute fair value gap, when it creates it after sweeping the lows, when that gets respected after, like, what happens is it creates a red candle, creating the fair value gap, also creating a resistance. But when the next candle opens up, it sweeps this previous candle low, and it also pretty much fills in that fair value gap, and then it flips bullish and closes bullish. So what this candle closing bullish does, it signals that we went from, like, we were bullish, and then this point we signal kind of a bearish. So it creating the fair value gap, the next candle dipping in there and then flipping back bullish, then that signals now we're back bullish again, and confirming that we're respecting this level. And this 5-minute fair value gap only shows up in the correct trade that does push up, which is why I'm also kind of thinking, if this even if this was the correct move, which is why I kind of figured this red candle was also going to create a support right above this area. So, which is kind of why it's also, this red candle is getting a little bit of it's getting stuck right here. So what I was thinking, what it could possibly do, it could maybe come down here, but I was still thinking it's going to go up. If this ends up being the right, like I say, the model that I kind of look at, if this ends up being that buy area, it's gonna just sweep down like this to probably go back up again. So that's kind of my thought right now, is that I'm just kind of waiting to see if that happens. But yeah, this, like I said, this level right here is definitely getting respected. So that's why I was saying, is if this candle closes respecting that, then that's what happens a lot of the times, is that it just creates that support right there, and then maybe sweeps some lows and then goes back up to target this resistance. And once it targets this resistance up here, then that's where it creates the resistance, like this little level, and then these become the lows, and then those are the lows that get swept. And then when those lows get swept, it just goes back into the next level, which is the level towards this top wick. So how these candles close, and if it starts to flip, and if it, like I say, I kind of almost, the idea of a lot of things is I always want lows to get swept. So most of the time I do want to see a low get swept. For some reason it always happens that way. So that's where, if not that low, okay, that low swept, if not this low needs to get swept, which will also just tap into this fair value gap and bounce up the same way it kind of did here. But if it starts closing below than this fair value gap, then it's telling me, yeah, this idea wasn't the right idea either. But like I say, from this area, from this area alone, like I say, when we're looking at it, it could have still got you 23 pips at the peak. So it still was a valid idea at the time. But I was, like I said, I'm expecting it to still move up. I don't think it's going to break these lows before moving up. I think it's going to move up first before going down like that, because this 8 hour 50% level needs to be tapped at some point. It's going to be tapped, and it almost tapped it, unless my level was off a little bit, and then it goes back to me being wrong again, of having the wrong level. But I'm going to try to level it again. It's from here to the top. Okay, let's see. Let's see. All right. Okay. Okay, right here. This is the level right here, I think. Oh wait. Damn, was that, wait, was that level way off? That level was way off. Oh no, actually it's this candle right here. That's why I got the wrong candle. That's the candle right here. Boom. And then this 50 line goes here to there, and then this is the 8% right here. Well, I guess it might have already been tapped then. It already been tapped technically. Damn, did I have my level wrong? Let me remove that. Then it did already tap, huh? Oh, actually, no, it's right here. Okay, yeah, there it is. My bad. This is the 50%. Damn, see? This is why it's important. Make sure your levels are you're doing what you think you're doing. So that's the 50 line of this 12 hour. This is the 12-hour candle. The 50% level is right, or a little bit down, but that is the level I'm using. So at some point that level needs to be tapped. So pretty much I already know at some point that level is going to need to be tapped. But by kind of knowing that too, it's kind of letting me know that if this is the area, and look, it's tapping that fair value gap exactly, and then this is the low right here. So this is what usually happens at that level, is that these lows like that. So if this candle could close, I believe close above here, it should be good. But actually it might even be this low right here. So as long as it stays above that low, yeah, okay, so it needs to stay above this low right here. It's most likely gonna push up. Excuse me. But that's what I was saying, is that this 8 hour level needs to be tapped at some point. It needs to be tapped. But going back to, like I was saying the other day, when I had this level of, I had like a 4 hour level, 8 hour level. I had a few different levels, but all the lower time frame levels got tapped first. So that's what I'm saying, is that if this 8 hour level is valid and it doesn't get tapped yet, then this 2 hour is going to be the level that gets tapped first. And if it's not this, then, but it's either one of these levels is going to be the ones that get tapped first. So that's what I was saying, is if this happened to be the push that was going to go up, then I thought it was going to be the one that goes all the way to the 2 hour, because it's going to be the one that needs to get swept before this 8 hour level. And the reason why, obviously, is just from what I understand on how I do these like 3 candle setup things, is as these 3 candles right here, this green candle closes above, I mean it wicks above this previous red candle, it wicks above, but it closes back underneath it. So that says we're inside of this range right here. So what usually happens is this third candle targets the second candle close of the candle, which is here, or the opening or the top wick of the first candle, which is this candle. So that's why I was saying is now that it just targeted the opening or the close of the second candle, what usually happens is it targets the 50% of the first candle, and that is the 50% that we're waiting for it to be targeted. So once it gets targeted, which is this level right here, that's when I'm thinking it's going to start targeting these this other higher prices that we need to tap, which is these highs and lows over here. So that's kind of why I'm saying is that it's like a weird way. Is like I'm almost thinking like this whole part of everything they do is to try to make you feel like you missed the move, or it's supposed to make you like have FOMO and stuff like that, because that's why it goes in the direction it goes. Like if it were to just go straight down and straight up, it would be easy to trade. But that's why it's like it goes up, down, because every single time your emotions are just getting screwed over and over and over. And just going off of experience, I already know people that and this is why it doesn't just happen one time either. I'm sure if you guys just think about yourselves, it's like if you think about it, like the first time you're maybe not gonna get persuaded, you know, like your boys say, hey, come on, let's go get something to eat. You're like, nah, I'm good right now. And then 5 minutes later, like, hey, let's go eat something, man, I'm hungry again. It's like, nah, I'm good. And then maybe by the third, maybe even the fourth time, you're like, all right, man, let's just go. That's the same way with these markets is like, it's literally one time it makes you like, let's just say you're in a winning trade. That's how a lot of times we close trades too early or whatnot, because we kind of don't know how the market works. So that's why it's important to know where things need to bounce at, where lows need to be tapped at, because once you understand how these lows need to be tapped and how the highs need to be tapped, then you know that certain pullbacks are just pullbacks to continue in the direction you're aiming for. So that's why I say is like, if it, like, let's say you're in a trade, it starts to get towards your support level, which is kind of close to your stop loss, and it maybe hits it once. Oh, it's support. Okay, you're able to hold it. But it starts to hit it again. Then the third time, it might even break it, but it wicks back up or something. But then by the fourth, fifth time or something, you're already kind of like so stressed out and you're already worried about it. You're not confident in it. And then it goes to the part of, all right, I'm going to just close, man. I just in case. And then it ends up running your way. Or actually sometimes it just goes the opposite way. You might even save yourself. But that's what I'm saying is that it comes from experience too. You just need to understand, like, everything is going to have a pullback. So you just kind of need to understand where you are in your trade also. So like, did you get into your trade at the bottom, or did you get at the top? So these pullbacks might be expected if you're expecting a breakout. If you're not at the correct breakout, you're going to get the fake out, and then you're going to get the breakout, which will be the next time. So you just need to understand where you are in your trade, what type of market you're in, and all of those stuff. So it gets kind of deep, but like I say, you just got to kind of think of it as like they're really trying to play with you. So like, that's why I've noticed this thing about, like, look at how close this 8-hour level that I'm expecting. I'm expecting this 8-hour level to get tapped, which is exactly right there, right here. But look at how close this level got. It's either my level's wrong, but it's not. I just double checked it. This level needs to be tapped. So what always happens, that's what I'm saying, is when you get good enough at your trades and you start having your targets, like, okay, when this level gets tapped, I'm getting in the trade. You already know that's your plan. Your plan is that level. So if your plan is to wait for this level to be tapped, how are you jumping into a trade if your level hasn't been tapped yet? But that's what I'm saying, is that this is what happens. They do this on purpose right here to make you think you missed the move. So the whole time when this starts to run up, you're like, man, I missed it. And then you start to get FOMO probably on this breakout right here because you thought it was a breakout. And then look at what happens. It pulls back. It does all this BS. And then you maybe close at a loss or do something, you know? Yo, Bands, what up, bro? But that's why I say it's just like a lot of times it's all just to try to trick you. So if you kind of understand that, you could almost use that as like an indicator. So just by me knowing like that is what usually happens most of the time, I'm kind of betting on that if this ends up going up to these highs up here, which are these 2-hour highs, this is all of a move just to make you think we're going back bullish, so that way it could sweep these highs and then come back and target this 8-hour 50% low that we need to tap. And that's what I'm saying is that if this is the move that got so close to this level that we were waiting for, but it also went up to the 2-hour, what that tells me though is that there's no way we're going to be able to push past this 2-hour and keep going, because how did we leave this level without being untapped? Pretty much when this level needs to be tapped, it needs to be tapped. And I'm going off of just like off of data and how many times I've done this over and over to know that that 50% level of the CRT always gets tapped at least. So if it doesn't get tapped, it's not done yet. So if I already understand it's not done yet and this level needs to be tapped, then that means anything that pulls back is also just going to be to fake you out into thinking we're going to go up, because by the time it gets to these levels, it's probably going to be, you're going to be wanting to take a buy. And once you take this buy, that's when it's probably going to come back and target all of these lows. And then by the time you decide, all right, we're bearish, I'm going to take a sell, it's going to sweep these lows, and then it's going to go all the way back up to those weekly highs that we need to target. And then that's what I'm saying is these are all ways of just tricking your emotions and playing you like a fiddle pretty much. So that's the whole purpose, is this to scare you out. So that's why I say is a lot of times when you're in a trade, you almost feel like your heart's pumping a little bit, then it goes down a little bit. Okay, but it starts to pump a little bit, then it goes down a little bit. So it's just like that's them pull. And if you get into a good enough entry, like let's say you get in right here, you're a lot less stressful because you're all of these pullbacks are not even getting close to your stop loss, you know? So that's why I'm saying is that if you get into these entries down here, it's a lot easier to hold than if you get into these late trades and the trade that's late ends up going into drawdown or something. So if it goes into drawdown already, like instantly, it's already a stressful trade. So that's what I've been working on myself, is that's why I also get the type of entries that I get, because I understand I'm looking for trades like this at the bottom of these ranges that don't need big stops, because if it happens to hit my stop, then I know this whole idea is wrong. So let's just say I take a buy right here or something, and I use these stops right here as my lows, because I already understand if it hits these lows, it's going to need to go lower or something, you know? Or if I take a sell right here and it ends up, these are my highs. Okay, if I should take a sell right here, if it happens to break this high, it's because it needs to go target these highs over here or something. So that's why I'm saying is I don't need all of that to tell me it needs to go up there. If anything, I'll get out at 5 to 10 pips, let it go 10, 20 pips back up again, and then I get the sell where I wanted it to be from, and then I take that whole 30 pips back down, so I get back my 10 plus another 20 or something, you know? So that's where I say is like why I try to keep my stop so small, because I understand if I get into the trade where I think I'm getting into it, I shouldn't need big stops, because this is the entry I want. I'm not trying to get into these entries that I need a big drawdowns, because that's just not the entries I'm looking for. So I figured out how to find these entries, and that's what I'm saying is why that happened. So, and look at where we're getting rejected and we're getting respected. So look, exactly at those levels. That's what I'm saying. It's like clockwork. These things need to happen. Once you see this happen, I already know this is the setup. And that's what I'm saying is this is the setup that's going to take us probably up to this 2-hour range up here. And that's where we're going to get swept at to come back down to this 8-hour 50% level. And the reason why I have this data is because I already went through this the other day. Yo, Yorchi, what up, bro? Tiff, what up, bro? Yo, Richie, my bad. Yo, Rochi. Yo, Richie, what up? But yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. It's like these certain things need to happen, and it's just like it's like a rhythm. It's like a pattern. You just gotta, once you get in rhythm of it, it's just boom, everything starts flowing. But this is also why when I drew this I drew this like this. I'm leaving it up here because I want to see how right I was. Let's say this ends up almost getting it right. It's gonna let me know. Yeah, what up, bro? But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is I'm leaving this up because I thought this is where it was gonna create a support and then go up. But if you notice what happened, it actually made one more sweep, and that one more sweep was this low over here, which was this low right underneath the support. So when we made this support and this low, that was the low that needed to be swept in order to break these highs. So that's where I'm saying most likely it's going to go up to these highs, which is also this resistance area up here. So that's what I'm saying too. I already kind of know it's going to go up here. Had I not taken those 2 L's, I probably would have for sure taken a buy already at this level, if not this level. But obviously now it's kind of late. So what's going to need to happen is the same thing, is we're just going to need to start closing above, and then the next candle leave a range, and then the next candle wick down to go back up, something like that. But yeah, man. Yeah, this thing is moving though. It's starting to move a little bit. And look, okay, same thing right here. Swept the lows. Look, this red candle's the low right there, and look, this candle just swept it, and boom, that would have been the buy signal right there. Sweep the low, sweep the low. That's all it is every time frame. When explaining, for sure, bro, for sure. If you got any questions, let me know. I'll explain it. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting right there. I kind of already, like I said, I kind of see everything is lining up perfectly. Everything's respected. And one thing too is, like I say, is like if you're ever wondering why fair value gaps don't work, why certain things order blocks don't work, or this or that, it's because you're not in the correct bias. And that's what I'm saying, is this 5-minute fair value gap entry right here, it almost confirms my bias for me. So I wouldn't want to be taking no sells up until this point, up until at least this high up here. Because if, let's say I were to take a sell right here, I wouldn't be taking no more sells in any of these areas up until I get to this area up here. Like, let's say I wanted to do a pineapple. If I were to take a sell right here, my pineapple wouldn't be up until these levels. But the thing is if these levels get hit, then I'm almost confident these levels are going to get hit. But what would happen first is you'll hit this level, get some kind of pullback a little bit, and then going to push up. So what I'm thinking could happen is if it does push up over there and it gets to this high, it's going to come back down to the range below, which is pretty much underneath this area, which will be here, and probably, you know, tap into these levels and then go back up. Kind of almost exactly how this level did right here. Like how when we went up, this level right here tapped back into these middle areas. That's what would happen up here. We'll come up here, and this middle area will be where we tap into before we probably go back up to those levels. So I don't know, like obviously if I'm in a trade, I wouldn't want to hold it all the way up into these levels, because at some point you're going to get a big pullback, even if it's not the pullback that goes into where your entry is at or something, but it goes to maybe like it goes back down to this level and then up, I would rather get out here, look for some kind of buys again on a pullback to get back in again, because I wouldn't want to let's say you're up 50 pips right here, and then this pullback puts you back at 25, 30, maybe even, you know, 20 pips or something. You don't want to lose all those 30, 20, 30 pips. You might, because you know there's going to be a pullback. So that's kind of why I'm saying is at some point it's going to need to continue back up. All right, this was the one that broke the lows right here. So it's, if anything, let's see how this reacts at this level. All right, let's see. Yo, that's exactly how I put my stops too, and how I think about it. Yeah, bro, that's what's up, bro. You gotta, like, with, at least with me is like, cause I'm trying to, cause a lot of times I take a lot of precise entries where I'm trying to take the top wick or the bottom wick or something. So that's why I understand is if my top wick is correct, it's the top wick. It's not gonna need no big stops or nothing. But if I end up getting the wrong area, I know it's wrong because that wasn't the top or bottom wick like I was expecting, you know. Because if my plan is a top wick, then, you know, I shouldn't need my stops too crazy. But let's see, this level might even this level might not actually be valid, but let's see. All right, this is the low right here of that candle. So this would be the area that we need to, I think, where we're probably, because if you look at this level, we swept the top. So now what's going to happen is we'll probably need to sweep these bottoms to go back up higher than this level now. So that's where I'm saying is now this next level is going to be here, I think. So if it doesn't respect this level, then it's most likely going to tap into these levels. And if it hits this level, then I'm thinking it could probably go a little bit lower, which would also be, I'm wondering where the first fair, like I always say, where the first fair value gap would be at, or like the first order block, which is not till like down here. So if it does break these levels, then I'm wondering if it just keeps continuing down here and to do something, because we still need these 2-hour higher prices though. So that's one thing too, is that at some point we do need these higher prices. But when is it going to do it? That's the part you got to try to figure out. All right, it hit that level. All right, it broke that level, and now it's, let's see what it does here. All right, that's the new low. Yep. All right, let's see. But is this a key level? Probably not, because there's really nothing key about it. So I guess it makes sense, you know, where would a key level be? It would probably, I wonder if it could be that level, which would be this high right here. And then, like I was saying earlier though too, is that fair value gap entry is only valid if it stays getting respected. Once it gets rejected like that, then it's not the same trade no more. So now we got to see what's going to happen with this right here. Let's see if it still pushes up. We'll see. So it created those lower prices on the 30. This hourly hasn't, okay, look at now, this hourly has this this is the third candle. I'm wondering if this could be the third the manipulation candle to now that it tapped these areas. I'm wondering if it could start to push up. All right, it tapped that level perfectly though. Look, let's see what happens now. That's on the hourly. 2 hour. 2 hour still needs lower prices. Damn, this 8 hour also needs lower prices actually too. So I'm wondering if it could go all the way back down there. How do you determine a level has to get tapped before the move to the other side? Okay. You always remember nothing is gonna happen unless it's a key level. So just kind of looking on this hourly candle, it kind of, when you're thinking about it, like, why would this level be valid for a bounce? Is there anything looking left that would make this bounce valid? And a key level is always like a sweep of a low over here, sweep of a high, or something like that, order block, or things like that. So what I'm thinking though is that when I'm looking for a trade or something, I'm always making sure that the trade needs to be at a key level. So I'm just wondering if like you see how this is all eternal liquidity. This big green candle is just like one level. So if you were to go to a smaller time frame, you're gonna find different order blocks or different things like this. Look at all these fair you could say, or order block, or all these different names that they call them or whatever, support, resistance, supply and demand, all those different things. So that's why if you look to the right where the move happened, like this move right here happened in these key levels, which is probably these lows also. Like you look at the candle that usually is before the move up. So you see how this is the candle right here that caused this whole move up, where you could say it was also this red candle, but this was the actual tap. But from here on is just straight up, right? So that would be a level right here. So that would be a low. That's kind of why we created a support, but it wasn't a valid enough level, because look at what happened. It just went straight back down. So that wasn't a real key level, because even though it was a low, that just explains why we reacted at it. But it also, by looking at this area, that is not the most important low. I would assume maybe this would be the most important low, because this is the low that caused this whole move up. So by looking at that low, look to the right, look at what happened. Not so much stuff happened besides a little bit of a fake out. It did come down first and then go up a little bit. So just from alone knowing that, this was the fake out down and this was the move back up. But that's why I'm saying this only happened this big of a move, which is, it was only, let's see, 15, 40, 50 pips, but it's not that big. I mean, it is kind of big, but that 50 pips only happened because of this key level, which was this big bottom wick. Whereas this level up here, nothing happened because it's not really an important level, so that's kind of why too. I mean, I could get the levels wrong also by thinking this would be the level, but in reality, kind of zooming out, if you kind of like zoom out, where would the next most important level be? Would probably be this this level right here. So this level is probably not as important as this level, because this level is also the range, I think, between that and this. So this is the whole range right here. So what they're pretty much doing is this right here is at the bottom of the range. So I'm thinking what might need to happen is we might need to go back to the top of the range, which is somewhere up here towards these 2-hour highs. And what I always say too is about after you, like, let's say you're targeting a level, which is those 2-hour highs, it's always the first fair value gap, first order block or something after that level you're targeting. So if this is the 2-hour level you're targeting, then it's usually going to be like this is you could say this is an order block right here, or if you go to a certain smaller time frame, there might be a fair value gap, or there might even be a fair value gap right here that I just not really looking for it. But I'm just saying, if there's a fair value gap there, it's always the first one or the order block before the one right before like that target. So once we hit this level, that's the area where this usually top wick targets. So, and a lot of times it's the fair value gap's not 100 pips away from it. A lot of the times when I see it is when you find your key level you're looking for, it's usually within not too far away. Like if I go to a 5-minute, you're probably going to see, look at, there's a fair value gap exactly right here at this level. So when we target this level, what's going to happen is it's going to break the level we want it to break, and then it's going to fill in that fair value gap, and then at that level turn around, and that's where I think it'll target that 8 hour 50% level. So it's kind of explaining, look at exactly again doing the same thing. It's just taking lows, taking highs, lows, taking highs, lows, taking high, and it's doing the same thing, which is why it's not breaking that level. It just broke this level, I think, just enough to grab this liquidity. So if this low got us up to this point, now I'm thinking since we broke it with this low, it needs to get us at least above this area. So it needs to at least tap here, if not maybe higher. But I mean, I could be wrong too, but I'm just going off of the way I see things. And if this 8 hour needs to be tapped, when is it going to do it? Is it not going to, why is it not tapping it? There's a reason why it's not tapping it. And that's what I'm saying is every time I see this not get tapped, that usually tells me that the move that when it does go up is not going to be the right move. It's going to be just like a fake out type of move, which is kind of explaining why this was also kind of that fake out type of move too, where I kind of was saying, oh, this is the move up, this is the move up, but it ended up not being it, which is also explaining why this 50% never got tapped. So I'm wondering if this 50% level gets tapped right now and this same formation happens on this other side, I'm thinking that would be the real level to possibly take us up to those 2 hour highs if this doesn't just go straight up there now. So if it ends up taking these 8 hour 50% levels and then probably targeting that fair value gap like I was talking about somewhere down here, if it targets that fair value gap or something, that'll be where the trade would be, I think, to take us up to this 2 hour mark. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. What would happen is if this level doesn't start going up, if this level starts breaking this low and then start targeting, you know, the first fair value gap underneath type of thing, then that's where I'm thinking where this reversal will come, because this 8 hour 50% level will probably be the liquidity it needs in order to get to that 2 hour higher price, because we need to get to this level to create a higher price. So I'm thinking what's going to happen is if it doesn't go up there like that now, excuse me, what is also important is time. This is also why time is important. We're going to be happening right now at at 9 o'clock. It's about to be 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock is always that time. So I'm wondering if right now, if it purges at 9 o'clock, from this 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, this could be the level. Then it makes more sense why this would be more of the level to go up. Yeah, bro's cooking crazy. Yeah. So yeah, like I say, is that the time is also important. 9 o'clock is always the top or bottom. So I'm wondering right now is that 9 o'clock is about to happen. So if you see that this is about to be 9 o'clock right now, what that usually says is that it's usually, look at this candle right here is 8 o'clock. Boom, hit the low, 9 o'clock, it went up. So what usually happens, oh, I still got this thing on. What the heck? Oh, that's why I have this damn. Oh, that's why. My bad, my bad. Oh, we got 20 people still watching. 31 likes. Yo, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, y'all. Appreciate it. Oh, Mugs. Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing, bro. Possible wick entry. Stop. Tight stops. What's good? Yeah, I'm looking right now. 9 o'clock right now. So that's what I was saying though. Look at 9 o'clock. This candle is 8 till 9. This candle opens at 9 till 10. So that's what I'm saying is I'm thinking right now at 9 o'clock could be a possible you know, something to be looking for. So I'm wondering if this next there's still one more half-hour candle. So one more half-hour candle kind of tells me, I'm wondering if that one could be the bottom wick to hit these 8-hour lower price, or this 8-hour CRT that we're expecting, and we hit that, and that's what moves us up. But we're gonna see right now. This is one thing, like I say, that is gonna give me some important data, is that how close we are to tapping this level. Is it really gonna hold, or is it gonna tap it before we hit that 2-hour higher price? So what I'm saying is that if it doesn't hit this level and it goes all the way up here before it hits that level, then all that's going to tell me is that how important the lower prices are more than the higher price. So if you see something on a 15-minute and then something on the daily, you already kind of know the 15-minute needs to happen first, because it's almost like think of it as like if every time frame, if it gets swept, it gets stronger. So in order to sweep an 8-hour, you need to be strong enough to sweep an 8-hour. So you have to go, think of it as you need to go collect power. So they got to go collect the 15-minute, they got to go collect the 30-minute, they got to go collect the hour, they got to collect all these things in order to be strong enough to go to that. But that's what we'll look at. Now we're getting real close to this level. So what I kind of see though is, like I say, as if a key level needs to be tapped, it's always the first fair value gap or order block or something in that area that needs to be tapped, which is way down here. So I'm wondering, well, it didn't tap it yet. It didn't tap it yet. Damn, that thing is it. That's what I'm saying is, look at how close it's really getting to that level. It's almost I'm wondering if it's gonna wait till exactly at 9 o'clock, or is it gonna be right now? Okay, the 30 minutes gonna close like that. The next 30 minutes gonna be the one that maybe wicks down and then come up like that, because this thing is getting so close to this 50% level. But like I was saying is that the next key level, or this fair value gap on this 15-minute, the first one is not till way down here. So that means if this were to break these lows, I'm wondering if it needs to go all the way down here first. But then also I'm wondering now, look, let's see, hold on. That would be 11, this would be 12, so 11, 12, 1. So but it also is the 1 o'clock candle, actually, that I'm thinking about it. The 1 o'clock candle is important. The 1 o'clock, okay, there it goes. It hits that low. Okay, hit that level. Oh, did it hit it? Oh yeah, it hit it. It hit it exactly. All right, let's see. But that closed below, so what that signals is a lower price. So look, now this gonna now this is gonna let's see. This is signaling lower price. Everything's saying lower price. So now that you got a lower price, 15-minute, let's see, there, we'll there, 15.5. Yeah, we need to go at least, it needs to go down. I'm thinking it's gonna need to go down. Oh fuck. Yeah, I keep moving the wrong one. Hold on, let me make sure it's right. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's this level right here. Boom, boom, right there. Wow, let's see. Okay, that closed below. I don't like the way that closed though. Yeah, I'm thinking this thing is gonna, well, the 1 hour still has time, still has 30 minutes to close. So I'm wondering if that could have been the purge though. Because like I say, that purge is what happened. Because if this is at 9 o'clock, that's what I think. I'm wondering if that could be, it though. We're gonna see right now. We're gonna see right now. Because this 1 hour also has this area that if it closes above these areas, it's gonna signal it needs to come back up to these levels. So we're just gonna need to wait and see. Possible wicked. No, yeah, I'm not gonna get in nothing right now because it's just not playing out like how I was expecting. Like my idea earlier was that it needed to go up. It needed, you know, so now that it kind of went down, I'm wondering if that was the key level though, because like I say, is that it always happens at 9 o'clock, and it always is like that 8 to 9 o'clock candle. So if this is the 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock for me, but it's also going to be the 1 o'clock candle. So what happens is from like this would be from the 11 till 12. This would be the 11 till 12 o'clock, and then this would be the 12 till 1 o'clock. And that's where it happens, is it usually happens on that before candle, before the 1 o'clock. So it goes from 12 to 1. So we're just going to see right now. We're going to see right now. Hourly, the 30 minutes still had a close below though, so the close below signals lower prices. So yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna need to come down to these lower prices, bro. I don't know, it's like, I mean, it did tap this 50%, but it always taps like the first fair value gap, like I say. So even if this is, but no, that got filled, so it can't be that one. Like I said, the first one is literally this one that hasn't been tapped yet. This is the only one that hasn't been tapped. So I think at some point it's going to need to come down here. And this is where it's going to do its, probably attack that level. Let me see something though. Let me see something. So that is the candle. But let's see this candle. All right, that's that. Oh, you know what? I want to see something real quick. Wait, that is the... Yo, that's what's up, bro. Hell yeah, appreciate it, bro. Hell yeah. Hey, bro, I just like that's one thing I like to take like I try to say I like to take pride in is like how I read candles and like just price action and stuff is that I know I have a model and stuff, but the model only works if you could kind of read candles. So that's my main thing is just focusing on reading good candles and that kind of stuff. But yeah, bro, I just like I said, I like this stuff. It's like obviously I'm not right all the time, but this is why I say too it's important for me to talk these ideas out, because when I talk the idea out, I'm explaining exactly what I'm expecting. So if it doesn't happen that way, then that alone lets me know I'm not in rhythm with whatever I think I'm looking at, So just from me understanding I'm not looking at what I think I'm looking at, then it's easy for me to kind of stay out of a trade, So that's why I say it's like let's say if I'm on point and I'm taking let's say I take a sell from right here. What I should be doing is like I should be able to say, okay, it's gonna bounce here, it's gonna take a little buy here, but it's gonna sweep the highs, come back, it should get rejected here, it should do this, it should do all this, and I should all be able to say everything that's gonna happen, and then finally be like, okay, this low right here is gonna take me to this high, and then I should be waiting for this high to get tapped, because that would be part of my plan. And that's how I'm able to get these wick entries, because I have a target already before it even happened. So that's where I say I think it's important to have a target. All right, this thing is moving down now. I see it moving down. It's right at 9 o'clock. So I'm wondering, like I said, I'm wondering if this could be the purge down. It still got 30 minutes though, but I'm wondering if, let's see something. Yeah, that's the first fair value gap. There's really nothing. Well, I guess you could say, oh, that got filled though, so that's not valid. That got filled. That didn't. This is the only one that hasn't got filled yet on this side of the Mississippi. So that's why I'm saying is I'm pretty sure this is gonna come down to these levels down here. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now, is that these levels need to be pushed. These and it'll probably react somewhere like right here. Probably react like that. Let me see how many pips this is. From here to here is 43 pips. Facts, PA's king always. Yeah, bro. I ain't even gonna lie though, my boy Stoic got a killer. I got it on my chart actually. He uses this ADX right here. Man, this thing is, man, it's killer though. I might even start incorporating it a little bit into my ideas, because I like the way he trades with it. When he, like, what I noticed is that, like, the same ideas that I have about these lows and highs getting swept is that if it gets swept or something and the indicator is signaling a buy or sell, it's almost always correct, because that same sweep that I'm looking for is also the same thing that shows up on that indicator, but sometimes it doesn't show up. So it's almost like you could almost wait for the right trade to happen, and if it also says it on the indicator, it almost gives you like his win rate is like 80-90%. So I know it works for sure. I watch him every day, so I know it works, but it's just crazy, bro. My boy be eating off that. But yeah, here it goes. Okay, so like I said, this is what I see happening, is that it needs to come down to these levels down here. maybe one more top wick. Oh, nope, I guess not. I would say maybe one more top wick to tap these highs just to give a rejection, almost like a confirmation, unless this was the confirmation right here and this is just a breakout now. Now you would just want to take, all right, so like I say, it's always the first fair value gap after the target. So since we know this level got tapped, that's where I'm saying is now, that's why I say I was targeting this next first fair value gap. And I went through every single time frame from all the way up from the daily to the 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, and the 30-minute. This is the first fair value gap that hasn't been filled up yet. This one got filled up by all of those candles. And there's no fair value gap on the 30-minute. That box is just there because it's on the 15-minute. But what I'm saying is on the 30-minute, there's no fair value gap in these levels. So it doesn't really give me a target. So I went to the 15, and the 15-minute is where I see the first fair value gap at, which is right here. And that's the only one that hasn't been tapped yet. Out of like I was saying, out of everything, that's the only one that hasn't been tapped yet. So that's why I'm kind of almost, I don't want to say guaranteed, but I'm just saying is like this most likely gonna fill it in. We've been seeing that happen all day. Every time it goes up to target something, if it's an unfilled fair value gap, it's gonna fill it in. Man, I don't even trade fair value gaps like that either, but I just understand like how they work. So, and it's almost like as I get better at price action, I get better at understanding fair value gaps too, because I understand the way the candles close and open around those levels and stuff. So, and like I said, I've been noticing that when you see an unfilled fair value gap at some point, even though it went all the way up here, at some point it's going to come back and fill it in before it makes its next move. So that's why they call them imbalances. So what the imbalance is just, it's an imbalance, meaning if you had a scale, the scale would look like this, and then this would be the scale, and then this other side doesn't have anything. So look, you have this whole fair value gap on this side, but on this side you don't have nothing yet. So pretty much what it's going to do is it's going to pretty much give you the exact same let's see, I could clone it. Look, boom, clone it. Now it gives you the exact same thing, and it fills it in over here. And now it like I say is like the imbalances is like this is like the medium. So now that you have this fair value gap open and it hasn't been touched yet, when it comes back and touches it, now it pretty much fills it in. So now it's pretty much equal at that point. So this is how it looks right now. This is how it looks right now because this is the only area that has that fair value gap and it hasn't been touched yet. So when this comes down and touches that, that's where I was saying is like it almost like it in my head, this is how I see it. It's like an imbalance. So now that it fills it in, now it's balanced again. So now it can make its next move to go target the next imbalance, which is probably these fair value gaps up here, which is also the 2-hour price. So that's what I'm saying is once this gets filled in, and this is what's kind of going to give me an idea too, is that this is a low right here. If this happens to tap right here and go back up, that's just a higher time frame pullback pretty much. Let's say even a 4-hour, like you could even go to this 4-hour. That goes back to where I was kind of saying, I said earlier about the eternal liquidity, is understanding that when you have one big green candle, when you go to a smaller time frame, you have order block, order block, order block, or support, 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 resistance, 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 or however supply, demand, however you like to look at it, it's all going to be in those levels in that one candle. So what I'm saying is all of these right here could possibly be eternal liquidity, but it goes back to the part of how this candle closed. Let me see, this high is 26.75. Oh yeah, so this high is here, this high is here. So what that says though is that it already swept this previous highs, and it already closed below, signaling lower prices, which is why we got these lower prices. Same thing, closed below, lower prices. Now if this closes below, it's going to signal lower prices again, which is going to need a sweep here, which is almost more likely going to target that fair value gap like we were talking about down here. So if this is that fair value gap that hasn't been filled in yet, this closes below, it closes, it's going to signal lower prices, which most likely will target that even more now. So it gives us more conviction that that's going to get tapped. But now this, like I said, now this closed into this range. So now this is probably going to target the 50% at least. This could do something like that, and then it could probably just do like an onion play to continue back down, targeting that fair value gap. Because why? Look at, like I say, there's a fair value gap above it. It might need to fill it in, if not all of it, at least half of it. So if it at least fills in half of it, it's going to need to at least come up to these areas up here. Boom, right there. Or not. But then if it leaves that untouched, then it just gives us one more reason why when we come back here, that's going to be its first target to tap into before we get kind of rejected, and then it's going to start targeting all the ones up here that haven't been tapped yet. All of these been filled already. This one hasn't, so it's probably gonna come up here, hit that rejection a little bit, come down, hit that rejection a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because look at, almost the same thing happened here. Look at, see how there's a fair value gap here, fair value gap here. Once this made this loop, it came up and it filled in the first fair value gap and it filled in the second fair value gap before pushing back down. So what that kind of tells me though is that just going off of that happening, look at, there's a fair value gap here and then there's a fair value gap here. I'm wondering if what could happen is if we could at least give a top wick or something like that to come down, where it might even need to come up here, break these highs, or it might just need to break these highs. But what I'm always aware of, it's always a second previous high. So this is 1, this is 2. So I'm wondering if that could be where it's gonna do it at. Yo, for sure, bro. Appreciate you for stopping by and listening up, bro. Appreciate it. And make sure you, I'm not sure if you're following me. Follow me on Instagram. If you have any questions, you could hit me up. But yeah, bro, I appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta go to sleep too for NY. I've been on for quite a while already. Let's see, I've been on for almost 4 hours, but this is what I need, man. I need to get back into this streaming for long periods of time and stuff like that, because I need to be locked in, bro. I need to be locked in. The little few losses that I took in the last few trades, they've been very small, but it's been just bad ideas, I guess. You know, not like hindsight, I see like, duh, bro, why would you take that trade? But in the moment, it's kind of, I guess I overanalyze things, and I don't know. There's no excuses. I just need to fix it, and that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna fix it. I'm trying to figure out what is the issue? What is this happening? Why is this happening? This and that. So I'm always trying to fix my ideas. Let's go, though. Appreciate you guys for watching, though. If you guys haven't hit that like and subscribe, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. I would appreciate it very much. Shout you guys all out, though. Shout you guys all out for sticking with me. Appreciate you guys for watching. You know, I'm not perfect. I don't try to be perfect. I'm not better than nobody. I'm just trying to be better than I was yesterday, pretty much, you know. So that's just how I see it. We all could be good traders. We all could put the time and effort into it. We just gotta, you know, stay humble and just keep putting in that work. You know what I mean? If you take a L, don't be mad at it. Just figure out why you took that L and stuff. You need a night bot, bro. I know I've been meaning to set that up. GBP, I need to set that up, bro, for sure. That's hell yeah, I need to do that. That's the way always blame yourself for it and try to figure out why your analysis went wrong. Blaming PA or the market won't do anything. Exactly, bro. Imagine if I sat around and was like, man, and they were stop hunting me or like, you know, something stupid like that, bro. Hell no. I see exactly like it's. I always see it in hindsight, obviously after the fact, but it's like those would be just lessons. Like now I know, like in the moment I kind of didn't see it, and if I'm second guessing myself, I kind of second, and now I'm thinking about it, I was kind of second guessing myself. I kind of said hesitated for a second, and if you're ever hesitant, just stay out, bro. Just stay out. No reason to fucking donate no money. Just no donations around here, bro. We need to stay focused on the plan. We need to stay locked in. We need to wait. We need to be patient. Like one thing that I did always, like one thing I always admire of Don early on, I figured this out, but a lot of people just don't see it this way. But like how Don, you know, Don's a 10 pip killer. Like he'll hit 10, 20 pips 60 times in a row. You know, it's like, that is the type of consistency and the type of like mental focus I'm trying to have type stuff, to where it's like I do really well for sometimes a week, 2 weeks, and then I have a hiccup. But it used to be like I used to be good for one day, have a hiccup for 2 days, and then, you know, but now it's getting to a point where it's like I'm going real good for a week or two, and then I have one stupid hiccup. And that's where I say, like, these last 2 days, even though I haven't lost, I'm still ahead in profits, but it's just the fact that the type of trades I was losing could have been avoided. Even though I only lost, let's say 20 pips today or whatever, if I only lost 20 pips today, it's not even that much. That is the idea that I lost 20 pips is more or less of like I should have been able to avoid not losing those 20 pips. That's where I see myself right now, where I could have avoided that. It's not even that the trade was good or bad or whatnot. It's just like I should have just probably been able to avoid that. And that's where I see myself of like really looking at myself from like a bird's point of view, like from above kind of a thing, and kind of like really analyzing myself and saying like, in that moment, did you genuinely say I would have taken that trade on? I would have sent that signal to Don in a sense, you know what I mean? Like, was I that confident? And I could say now I probably wasn't even that confident to where it would be a trade that I would be like, hey Don, I'm about to do this. Like, I just trying to use it as an example of like, I wasn't confident in that trade, you know, and I have to be able to identify that in the moment and not just let my pride and try to, just because I'm on stream or trying to impress people or anything, just let that cloud my judgment. But that's why I say too is that everything comes from experience. You just have to experience all this stuff. So that's why I say right now is like what I'm doing is I'm kind of experiencing it all. So it's just a matter of time till I fucking really master it. I don't think I'm ever gonna master it, but my idea is I know I'll be really good at it eventually, though. Kobe jump shot, exactly. But yeah, bro, that's kind of what I see myself, bro. But like I said, we just gotta lock it in, stay focused. And one thing too is you got to get used to you got to be okay with losing. That's one thing I don't think I'm the best at yet. Like I let these losses freaking dwell my confidence a little bit more than it should, even if I'm in profit though. That's what's crazy is I shouldn't be in profit and still be sad. I should be still ecstatic, like, damn man, I'm still in profit, let's go. But I'm over here like going hard on myself just because I took those few losses, you know. I'm just like, damn bro, why am I doing this? But it's all good. Like I said, it comes from experience, and that's one thing I've learned too, is that every single thing, confidence, being scared, even just everything comes from experience. It's like being confident, you only become confident if you do things over and over and over that build the confidence. You don't just wake up one day and all of a sudden a confidence. Like the most confident people are because they accomplish something that builds it and builds it and builds it, and that's what you get the confidence from, you know. So everything's like a muscle, you know what I mean? I kind of see it like a muscle. Everything's a muscle, so you just got to keep working it out. If you can't handle taking a loss, you got to take more losses because you're going to have to go through them so you could get better at handling them and stuff like that, you know? So yeah, and get a stronger psychology. Exactly. That's the main thing. I think, like I say, like I've seen things where even I have a friend of mine, he learned how to trade really fast. And like I always tell him, one of the things why you can do it in such a short time is because you have a good mindset. You know, you could you've already mastered your psychology, kind of a thing. And that's really why a lot of people are not profitable for multiple years, if not like the people who are 5 years, 7 years not profitable, is because they never truly mastered their psychology of it. And you really just got to be okay with waiting. And you just, like you say, you need data. The main thing is just having the same repetition over and over and over so you could do the same thing. Like, that's why I say too, is when I take a good trade, like when I'm taking a top wick trade or whatever, and it happens exactly like I want it to, it looks exactly, all the winning trades almost look the exact same. And that's how you want it though. You want every single entry to look the exact same. That's why I say when I'm looking for a specific something, I'm trying to like target something. You know, so, but yeah, that's a Stoic. Yeah, Stoic. Hell yeah, bro. That's my boy right there. Stoic be killing it, bro. Yeah, man. That's the ADX king right there. Look, I got his ADX right here. It really works, bro. I've used it a few times. I've even did a little back testing on it. I keep it on my chart just in, sometimes, because one thing is that this ADX it's like a trend. So if you know how to read it, I don't know how to read it as good as Stoic does, but I kind of getting the gist of it. But the idea is just pretty much knowing that like it's a trend. It lets you know what the trend is pretty much. So if you know what trend it is, then you kind of just jump on the trend kind of. So it's not bad. It's not bad. But yeah, if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. Appreciate you guys for watching though. I've been, like I said, I just I was thinking it was gonna need to do this. I mean, I'm wondering if that was already the top wick or something, but yeah, and this 15-minute has a close below, so that signals lower prices. So at some point, this is definitely gonna create lower prices. Like I said, something like this only happens, like a reversal, only happens at a key level. So if you kind of just zoom out, kind of looking back at this right here, like these right here, if this is the top of the range and then this is the bottom of the range right here, all of this inside is just eternal liquidity. So it's not really a big key level. The main key level is the one here at the top. The main key level is here at the bottom. So that's where I say it's like, if you're really looking for a trade, this is where the trade was at, because look at, these were the highs right here, and that's what swept them. And now we're targeting back the lows, and the lows to these highs are right here. So this would be the target that we're most likely going to probably need a target for a real reversal, I think. So I'm wondering if this is going to just keep going lower, and then it, so I'm saying there's going to be, I have two different scenarios just from watching how this always does it. It's either going to come here to bounce off, to come like that, or it's going to come back down all the way here to sweep that to come back up like that. So it's either going to break this level or it's going to get rejected and find support there. But like I say, what happened yesterday is I honestly think that was the level that it did make its move at, which is kind of giving me the idea. I'm wondering if it's going to be happening right now. Okay, this is at 9 o'clock right now. So 9 o'clock just happened. We got the 1 hour close. The 1 hour just broke. So that was the 8 to 9 o'clock. So this is going to be the 9 to 10 o'clock. So I'm thinking this 1 hour is going to be the one that goes down here. It's going to tap into those levels and then flip. Yeah, watch. All right, let's see how this thing goes. Yo, I'm gonna head out for real though, and have a good stream, bro. I'm gonna definitely tune in the streams more often. Yeah, for sure, bro. I appreciate you for stopping by, bro. I took buys, had my stop. BE just got stopped out. Saw 6 pips. Damn. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing it needing to go down a little bit. So what's, like I say, time is always important, guys. Time is always important. It's 9 o'clock right now. You're gonna start seeing some stuff happen, I believe, in these next hour to 2 hour 1 hour candles, which is the next 2 1 hour candles. So I think the next 2 hour candles are gonna be big. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Midnight Pacific, yep. It's midnight Pacific, so it's usually this from 12 to 1 p.m. or 1 to 1 a.m. Watch, look. Let me show you something real quick, GBP. Look, this low right here is at 8 o'clock. So boom. So, but think of it this way. Look at when I say this. 8 to 9 p.m. Like, write this down in your head. Like 8 to 9 p.m. That's one candle, right? And then the next candle is 9 p.m. till 10 p.m. So write that down. So you think you have 8 p.m. till 9 p.m., 9 p.m. till 10 p.m. So when you have those 4 numbers written down, you see how there's 2 number 9s? So there's a 9 at the end of the 8, and then there's a 9 at the beginning of 10. So what I'm saying is that 9 right there, that's in the middle, those 2 9s that are in the middle, is when the move usually happens. So like I was saying is, look it, I go back down to the last 15 minutes. Look, this is where we got that bottom at. 8:15, and this is 8:30. And then this is 8:45, and then this is 9 o'clock. So pretty much, and then look at also this 5-minute fair value gap that I talk about. Once it gets tapped, that's the move right there. But what I'm saying is that it always happens at like 8 to 9, 9 to 10, which is also a different time too, which is like I say, the 1 a.m. candle for New York. So the 1 a.m. candle for New York is our 10 o'clock, which is also our 9 to 10 p.m. candle. That's our 1 hour candle. And that's where I say is that, thinking about it from 8 to 9 and 9 to 10, that 9 that's in the middle of both of those candles is pretty much where the action is happening at. So So if you have a close on, like, let's say 8, like they said, that bottom before was 8:30, so it's pretty much from 8:30 till 9, and then the next from 9 to 10 was just a continuation pretty much. So I be paying attention. That's my sleeping time. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I went BE quick with it. Yeah, Muggs, good job on going BE. That's good, because like I say, Muggs, it's all right to be wrong, but if you manage your stops at a very quick pace, or like you have them very small, it's okay to be wrong a few times, because you know you're gonna eventually hit. Oh, Dennis, yo, bro, I know I've been on for 4 hours actually. It's been 4 hours. It says right here 4 hours and 5 minutes. But yeah, bro, I've just been just watching these levels, kind of just been trying to figure out how this is moving. Like you say, you might have been gone from earlier, but we were talking about earlier these 2-hour higher prices, and this 8-hour 50% level got tapped first before this 2-hour higher price ever did. So what I'm kind of thinking now, though, is that after the 50% level gets tapped, it's always the first fair value gap underneath this level, and the first one is not till this level down here. So I'm thinking that this is going to push down to these levels, and this fair value gap is where you're going to have a decision at. You're either going to hit here to go back up to target those 2-hour higher prices, or you're going to oops, I didn't mean to do that one. Or you're going to just break through this level right here and then just continue back down to at least target this low right here. And that's where a key level would be at. So I don't think this is a key level for it to be the one to move us all the way back up. So even if this move is the one that takes us back up to these 2-hour highs, I think this is where it's probably going to make a move or something like that. Maybe even like into there. Then come back down, sweep these, and then go back up or something. So it bounced off the daily open. Yep, that is always that's what we always talk about. Also, is like on a candle close, like depending on what type of like entry you're taking though. But when you're looking for like a certain type of trade, it's always the like the bottom wick or the close or the opening of the candle. So a lot of times it always targets, like you say, the opening of the daily, or the close of the daily, or the wick of the daily. It's always one of those three. All right, so look, let's see something. Okay, we took the highs. Or you can say we took the highs there. Bro, take a look at the DXY. It looks like it's about to fly and then go down. Damn. Oh, I'm still watching myself. How many people we got watching? We got 19 people watching. You guys are kidding me, bro. That's what's up. I appreciate you guys all for watching. If you guys are still here learning anything, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. We're gonna start streaming every single day again, even if it's only for an hour or something, but I need to get back on these charts every single day, streaming too, not just on the charts on myself, doing it myself. I need to be back on stream and stuff, because when I'm on stream, it hits me harder. Like the lessons hit me harder because I'm also in front of people watching it. So these lessons really do, I learn more. I feel like I learn them better when I'm in front of people, because there's no hiding from it. If I'm doing it all by myself in my own room and nobody's watching me, that's also why I'm not holding myself as accountable as I should, because there's really nobody to like hold me besides myself. And if I'm not holding myself accountable, then that's where I think where I start to slack at. So that's what I'm saying, is as long as I'm streaming, if I decide to make a stupid mistake, it's gonna be in front of people, and I don't want to be doing dumb mistakes, because obviously you guys are watching and stuff, but it's not even just that. It's just the fact that having that extra bit of pressure is going to help me, I think, because I need to be able to, if I can't take a winning trade in front of you guys, it's because I can't take a winning trade to begin with. You know, it's nothing changes from when me doing it in front of you and me doing it on my own. So it's like there's no reason why I shouldn't be doing it on stream. But that's why I say now I'm gonna really focus on streaming every day again and just taking quality trades. And even if I do take a loss, it needs to be less than 10 pips. I can't be taking no big 40 pip losses or nothing like that. I need to be taking 10 pip losses at the max, maybe 5 pips type of thing. That way it gives me another chance possibly to do a second one. But I'm even noticing if I get one wrong, it's I should just call it, because I don't think I should, like, obviously I didn't know what I was, like, it wasn't the correct trade or wasn't the correct idea. So if my idea is not correct, then I have to like go back and redo all the analysis and do it all again before I should take another trade. So I shouldn't even be taking a trade if I'm using the same analysis that just maybe gave me the wrong answer before or something, you know. So, but look at this. Let's see this. This thing is, ooh, damn, look at this. It swept the lows perfect right there. Can't be scared to take. Yeah, no, that's true though too, bro. It's like, but remember, my stops are 6 pips, not because I like that number or anything. It's because if I take my entry right here, my previous lows are usually about 5 to 10 pips or something, like, and that is the low I'm expecting it to be the low. So it should be a trade like this, you know. So if my stops need to be like, if the way I see it is that if my stops need to be like, let's say I get into a trade right here and then I need to make my stops way down here, then that means I should just wait for the trade to happen down here. If I'm really worried that it's going to go way down there, I should, that stop alone is kind of telling me that, oh, I think it might go down there. So I should just wait for the trade to go down there. But if I don't think it's going to go down there, then I shall also not even need my stop down there. So that's why I say it to my ideas too, is that a lot of my trades are like, I'm trying to catch this bottom right here. So if I'm looking for this bottom, if it goes anything lower, then that just tells me alone that this idea was wrong, because I was expecting it to just go straight up type of thing, you know. So that's just kind of my idea too about when I have my stops. It's not so much I only want 5 or 10 pips. It's because I'm expecting I got that wick entry, and if I got that wick entry, then it shouldn't go back and break that high, because that was the top, that if I was assuming that was the top, you know. So that's kind of why I say too, is that I feel like I'm a sniper, I guess you could kind of say, like I'm a sniper entry type of guy. So if my sniper entry isn't correct, I don't need 100 pips to tell me my sniper entry was wrong, you know. So like I said, a lot of the times my 5 to 10 pips will tell me I'm wrong before anything. I mean, there's been times too where I got in, like, I guess you could say the trade from earlier, if I would have just stayed in, if I had a bigger stop loss at 15 pips or something like that, I could have probably held that trade and then won the trade, and then that would have been I would have been a win. But to me, what that told me though is that my entry was also off. So I should have had a better entry though too. So where I'm thinking is where my stops got hit, that's where my entry should have been. And the reason why I think that stop got hit was just because I had noticed it after the fact that was the fair value gap that needed to get filled. So if I would have noticed that, I would have waited for that next one, and it kind of would have been a domino effect. It would have just, everything would have worked out nicely. But that's what I'm saying. And if you think about it, that mistake led to that loss, which also led to the next 2 losses that there were still 5 pips each type of trades or whatever. But it's just the idea that, just that one mistake in the beginning led to 2 other revenge mistakes, and that's what I need to avoid also, even though there's small stops. But it's just the idea that I shouldn't be putting myself at risk. I should just take a chill pill, be relaxed. I'm shiesty with my entries, bro. Today I had a sell at yesterday high, but it didn't sweep the high. I was only off by 5 pips and I watched it go 50. Damn. That's all good, bro. But a lot of times too, that's what I say. If your level is off by a few pips, keep an eye on that. You're going to start noticing that. And I've been seeing that. That's why I said earlier, like, this was the thing right here. Look at this right here. Like, if this was the 8-hour low we were waiting for, all the time, it always does this. It does this where it almost gets to that level, but it almost makes you think you missed the move, which is also why this move right here, if you look, all this move did was fill in these fair value gaps. It filled them in, and then after that, it came back down. So it literally just filled them up, tapped them, and then came back down. But that's what I'm pretty much trying to say, though, is that this right here made so many people think they missed the move. They're like, oh man, it's going up, it's going up. I thought it was going up, to be honest, but like I say, this right here was all just an idea to make you think it was going up. But it makes sense why it didn't go up, because it needed to tap this 8-hour area. So now that I think it swept these areas, I'm wondering if these could be the the lows or not. But it goes back into the thing that I also understand, that when these lows get tapped, it targets the first fair value gap. And that's where it goes back to the idea where I'm saying is the first fair value gap is way down here. So that's why I'm thinking these right here are just pullbacks up just to keep continuing down to go back down here. And that's kind of what I'm seeing right now, though, is that, but that's what I say, though, Muggs, is that even, like I said, look at how many pips. You said you watched it go 50 pips. I'm just going to take a wild guess right here. Let's see how many pips this went. Oh, this went 36 pips, so that's not too bad, but it's almost 50 pips. So let's just say that, and like I say, that move right there was meant to make you think you missed it. So that way everybody jumps on buys, and then look at what happens. It sends it, because most likely if you took buys in any of this area, your stops were right here. And what do? They sent it exactly to that stop. And that's where I say too, is like, they do that on purpose. They make you think you missed the move to go up. So that's why I say, is me knowing that, I use that to my advantage, meaning that every time there's a move like this and I start to catch it early and I'm like, okay, it didn't tap my level, it needs to go up still. That would be the move. That would be the move that I know I could get a top wick entry, because it needs to come back down. Going into this fair value gap, look at this. Look how perfectly tapped into those fair value gaps. That's what you would have wanted, was literally just to wait for that to get tapped. You could have gotten in at any of those levels. And that's why I was saying, though, is it makes sense why it filled in those fair value gaps, filled it all in, and then came back down. But then now that's where I'm saying is, now that we tapped this 80%, this 8-hour 50% level, that's why it's giving me this idea that it needs to tap the first fair value gap underneath this level, which is down here. And that's why I'm saying is this is most likely going to come back down. It's just swept these highs now, swept the highs. Now it needs to go back to the lows. Now it's going to target these lows. And that's what I'm saying. It's just everything is forming perfectly to just say, okay, it's going down, it's going down. So we just need to see how much lower it's going to go. But I'm thinking it's going to tap these fair value gaps. It's going to fill it up. And then these are the key levels that I think where it's going to start maybe making its way to start reversing or something. So I don't know, though. We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see. Because the thing is where could a key level be? The key level could either be these lows or these lows. But I have my level already here. I kind of don't know why I have it there. Let me see. Let me try to figure out why. Okay. Let's see. Oops. All right. I guess you could say it's this red candle. I guess it's also a support. But I'm wondering if this is the level. Oh, you know what? High is 0718, low is 0719. So technically there's a small tiny fair value gap right there. Dope. Oh yeah, bro. See you later, bro. I'm just gonna keep fucking cooking right now. I just need to try to lock it in. Appreciate you though for stopping by, bro. I appreciate it. Is that okay? It is showing it. Oh, perfect. Look, it's showing a fair value gap right here. So it's showing it's probably gonna tap into these levels down here. I'm thinking that, because if this ends up being the key level, then that's where this is gonna need to get tapped at. And that technically never got tapped, which is explaining why this move isn't the real move to go all the way up. So I think at this key level is where it's going to this is where it's going to go down to. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Sorry, my time, 10:30, bro. No worries, no worries. No worries, bro. I'm actually probably gonna be getting off in a little bit, anyways. I kind of already overanalyzed already. Kind of got my brain tired already. Man, honestly, I could keep going. I could do this for like 6 to 8 hours, especially when I lock in. Like right now, I feel like I could go. I barely started. I feel like I barely even starting right now. So, ooh, this is a sweep. This was a nice sweep right here. Look at this right here. Boom, perfect. Ooh. Yeah, I know. I need to get some rest. Wow, that's pretty nice, actually. Look at that. Boom. Ooh, and this is a 3-piece right here, too. Look at 3-piece. Boom. Let's see. That 50% and it hit here. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for watching though. If you guys don't mind, hit that like and subscribe. If you guys could get this up to, let's see how many likes we are at. We are at how many people are watching right now? How many people are watching? Let's see. We got 18 people watching and we got 35 likes. So I appreciate you guys for watching. Let's get it up to 40 likes. Give me 5 more likes. Give me 5 more likes in the next 7 minutes. So at 9:30, by the next 30-minute candle close, if we could get 5 more likes, I'll stay on for a little bit longer. If we don't get to the 40 likes, then I'm gonna just hop off. So 5 more likes, 5 more likes. All right, so I'm trying to see right now why this is getting like a reaction at this level. It almost is looking like it could be that like a nice little sweep, like perfectly sweep. A perfect sweep right here. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for watching though. Appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave a comment and I'll answer any of you guys' questions if you have. And if you guys haven't followed our Discord link, make sure you guys follow our Discord link. Oh, you know what? You know what's crazy?
Damn, you know what's crazy? It hasn't happened yet though. Wait, let me see. Let me see. Damn. Look. Look at this, guys. What was I saying earlier about 9 o'clock? Look, this candle was at 8 till 9. This was 9, and this is the candle that's open. This is the purge right here that happens all the time. So I'm wondering if this level's not gonna get tapped. But then that's where I was trying to figure out what was underneath it that we didn't have to tap, because it's like there was nothing underneath it that wasn't, there was no fair value gaps or anything right here for me to really see. But I guess there was an order block, but I don't know if that was see, look right here, it's the order block, but no, that's the low of the order block. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. Boom, perfect right there. See, that's kind of what I was missing right now, I guess. It makes sense. So now that this never got filled, I'm wondering if this is gonna fill this up right here. Yeah, that's the only one that needs to be filled. It's gonna come up to that level right now. I'm thinking of something like this right here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't need this level no more. Yeah, this is the I'm just going off of, like I said, this is a fair value gap that never got filled. So, and there's also this I'm just wondering if this is gonna be a level that needs to be tapped. Test it 9 p.m. 4-hour candle. I enter the trade when it breaks the high or low of candle. For the last 30 days, I'm having 90% win rate. I cut my position in half at 10% and arrest BE. Yeah, bro, that's what I've been working on. That's actually cool you said that, because like I was saying, look, this was the 8 o'clock candle right here, and then this is the 9 o'clock candle, and the 9 o'clock candle always purges the previous candle, because at 9 o'clock is the purge. So, and I was just explaining that, and I kind of just got caught up in explaining something, and I missed it. I should have been watching for this. So that's why I'm wondering now, could this be the move that takes us into these areas that we were expecting earlier, which was what did I say earlier? Was it this level? Okay, I know when I was saying here this needed to go up, but I'm wondering, but all of that got hit already. So I guess the only thing that needed to be hit though was this order block, which is all the way up here. So I'm thinking it's gonna need at least come up to here. I'm thinking this 14 or this 825.18 level before it gets rejected, if not up here, but I think at least here. But yeah, bro, that's good that you do that at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is an important candle. I know that for sure. Also the 1 o'clock, the 1 a.m. candle, because the 1 a.m. candle is also, I believe, the 4-hour candle. So how this 4-hour candle opens, I believe this 4-hour might also, if anything, it might, depending how this 4-hour closes, if it closes above this candle, then that is signaling for sure that this next candle most likely just going to work its way up to hit that level, then come back down. But I'm thinking already though, it's like, because also though, if you understand this though, if this 4-hour candle closes below this range,
then what this signals is lower prices. So at some point, we're going to need to create lower prices. So even the next 4-hour candle, which opens up in 30 minutes, could also break the low and then flip back bullish to continue back up, because this ends up becoming the range right here, which is this candle to this the top of the wick to the top of the wick. So when the previous candle opens up, it's going to be inside of this range. So it's either going to break the low and continue back down to our original area that we thought, or it's going to continue back up. And then this could be the whole like this could be not the trade that we thought it was, because it still needs to do the next 4-hour candle. So the next 4-hour candle is going to be the one that maybe, I mean, if anything, there's two things that are going to happen. This was the actual low, then the next candle doesn't need to make a bottom wick, and it's just going to just continue straight up without making a bottom wick. If this wasn't the low and this was the area we do need to tap, then the next 4-hour is going to open, create a lower price, which might also target that area too. So that's kind of what I'm thinking right now of what could possibly happen. And look, this is a fair value gap right here. It's filling it up, and then it's gonna probably target this fair value gap up here, hit that level, and then probably work its way back down, is what I'm thinking, because I don't think this would be the official, because the next candle is also going to open up with a possible top wick, and if it ends up coming there, this would be a top wick on like an hourly candle, or because it's like I said, the hourly is going to be, well, it's half hour still, but the 4-hour still, yeah, 30 minutes for the 4 hours. So check 4-hour time frame the last 3 days and look at always plays out Asian session 4-hour, enter the break of the higher low. The 4-hour every Asian session, which would be 9 p.m., right? So that would be the 5 a.m. or the 5 p.m. candle. So 5 p.m., what time would 5 p.m.? That would be 1500, because 12 would be 12. So now it'd be 1700. So 1700 is the candle that we're talking about. So this is a 1700 right here. This is a 1700. This is a 1700. This is a 1700. So just going off of these candles right here, let's see. All right, you said 17 from here, right? $17. So what do you say? You say I enter in the trade when it breaks the high or low of candle first 30 days. Oh, for 30 days. So test at the 9 p.m. 4-hour candle. I enter the trade when it breaks the high or low of the candle, like either the high of it and continue, is what you're saying. So the high or low of the, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. No, it actually, yeah. That does make sense. That does make sense, because look, like you say, every time you break the high or low, look, if it broke the high, it did go up. Right here, if it broke the high or low of the 4-hour candle, which is here, once it broke the low, you took it down. Same thing with this candle. Once it broke the low, you took it down, and every single time it does do that. That is very valid, and that goes back to the time of what I'm saying is it does do that. That's pretty good trade strategy, bro. It's pretty good. Yes. Yo, what up, Raj? What up, my brother? How you doing? I'm doing good, bro. Let's see today. Are you talking, or so you're gonna do it during, well, but Mayor, do you do it on the New York session at 5 a.m. also, or do you just do the Asian session? Because tomorrow there's no Asian session tomorrow, so because it's Friday already. So if you only do an Asian session, then it might not work unless it works New York too. But I am long on Nas. Let me see. Let's see the 5 a.m. candle. 5 a.m. would be here. 5 a.m. would be here. Oops. 5 a.m. would be here. 5 a.m. would be here. 5 a.m. would be here. Same thing. Oh, then I did it wrong on that one. 17. Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, right here will be 5. Perfect. I'll do it today on opening of 4. So look, I mean, yeah, just even the 5-minute candles. Well, technically this one didn't break it until it broke it over here, which was 4 candles later, but it still went to your analysis. Once it broke the high, it did go up. Same thing with this candle. This is the 5 a.m. candle, which, well, technically it broke the high and the low. So I mean, in either one of those directions you would have. But look at where this low targeted. It also targeted this low. So I mean, if you kind of think about it, where this one did, where did this one? Oh yeah, look at this right here. Look, this low right here. Oh, okay. No, I thought I was gonna take out this low. Damn, that would have been perfect if it did that. But it technically did do that. Look at that. This low is the low it also took out. So I'm wondering, look, just going off of the kind of what we're talking about. Okay, if you use the 5-hour candle, if it breaks the previous high or like a low or something, it might actually be valid every single time. Let's see right here, 5 a.m. Another 5 a.m. candle. Let's find it. Right here, 5 a.m. So, what did I say about breaking a previous low or a high? Well, I mean, it broke this previous low. So it did, it might, I don't know how I could say that one. But I mean, I guess if you really want to say it, look at this low right here. So look, your 5 a.m. candle, right? We talk about it needing to break the previous low. The previous low is either this or this. And if you consider this being the previous low, look at what happened. It broke that low and it went directly in that direction. So, damn, that's actually... Hey, bro, I think you just kind of made me realize something too. On that day, it was a fake out 15-minute. Yeah, no, but it makes sense. Look, it has to break a low. If it breaks the low, that's the direction it's gonna go. So like how I'm saying is, this is your 5 a.m. candle. What you're saying though, you could have thought, okay, this would be the one, oh, it's gonna go down. But the thing is this one never broke any high. You would have had to break this way up here for this to be the one to break the low, because it would have needed to break the high. But look, if you wait for this one ended up breaking the low first, which was this candle, and look at which direction it did go. So I'm just gonna do one more. I'm gonna find one more, and it needs to break the low, and it'll break the low, and that's the direction it's gonna go, which is this candle. This is the 5 a.m. candle right here. So look, 5 a.m. candle. Where is a low we need to sweep? So look, it technically it broke this low, it went, but it hasn't broken no high yet. It never broke this high. Well, actually, look at this. Check this out. Look at this. Where would the previous high be? The previous high would literally be the first high you see, because this is the first high right here. This is not the high. This is not the first one. This is not the first one, because this is a high right here. Look at where this high is at. So let me just say that alone. By using that high as your high, which is technically the first high, it just needs to break a high. That would be the high it broke. And look at, and this was the low it also broke, which also signaled your direction. So, bro, you might be onto something, bro. You might be onto something. This is literally gem, bro. This is gem. I am in a loss. Give me an entry to recover the loss. Ooh, my boy. My boy sound like he got clapped. Boom. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. But yeah, bro, that's actually, damn, that's hella smart, bro. That's actually, like, now that I think I might have just added something to you, my boy. Like, I literally might have just gave you an extra little. I might try that. I might keep that in mind one day. You know, just see how it works. Let's see. I'm gonna do one more over here, random. Just see what's up, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try to check the high and low before it happens. So look, this is the 5-hour candle right here. So look, we need to break either. So this is the candle. Boom, boom. That is the 5-hour candle. So you say whichever way it breaks, the high or the low. Did it break any lows before? It broke this low right here. Look, perfect low it broke. That's the low it broke. There's really no high. I mean, you could say that was the high, but that closed. That's not the. That's coming from a different direction. I don't see that being that. And then look, which direction did it ended up breaking? Eventually it did break, but it broke the high way over here. But the idea was it already broke this low, so that did give you a signal to kind of go up. That's literally just like a one candle strategy. That's it, just using that candle as a strat. Let's do one more. I want to find one more. Let's do one more. Okay, 4. This would be the high. This would be the low of that 5 a.m. candle. Wait, what day is that? That's Tuesday. So look, okay, we got that there. We got that there. What high or low did we break? Did we break any high or low yet? So that would be nope. I don't know. This one is a little weird right here. So this would be a high that we broke. So I wonder if this could be the high over here. No, because we technically went up. That wouldn't be it. This thing didn't do nothing. Give me money. No, that sounds good though, bro. That looks good. Let's see. It looks like it's moving back down again. It kind of, now it makes more sense though, like how we were saying, how this fair value gap needs to be touched is just kind of giving it more and more confirmation that I think this is going to be the move back down. It just swept the highs right here, and so now it's probably going to need to sweep those lows. So this is the 4-hour candle right here. So 4-hour would be here, so that would be, and then this is an high. My stops initially are the 4-hour low, but if it forms the good structure, I shift my stop loss to recent low. Yeah, that's good, bro. I think the main thing is making sure it breaks a higher low. I think that's the main thing. Making sure it breaks a high or low. So it does that, and like you said, you break the high. It needs to break the high. That would okay. That's the idea. Okay, so let me try this one more time. I need to try this one more time. Random area. A good day of the week though. Good day of the week. This is Tuesday, so let's see. This is the 5. Okay, right here. Yeah, this was that same one. I need to see. Let's see. This is the high right here, but it broke the high and it went up. So let's see. Did it break a low? It technically didn't break a high, but did it break a low? I mean, this one breaking the high, it did work. Well, I guess you did say Asian session too. Let me check Asian session first, because I think that one might be a little tricky. So that would be, so 5 o'clock would be 12. That'd be 17. So it'd be 17, which would be this guy right here. Boom, 17. 17 would be here and here. Is there any low or high that this got swept? That broke the high, and it did go up. And it kind of makes sense too. Look, this already swept the lows. So when you took this trade right here, it already swept these lows, which almost kind of confirms that, yeah, if this breaks the high, then yeah, it's going to continue up like that. Let me do one more. Let me try one more. 17 here. 17 would be here. Yeah. Damn, it's the same ones. It's small right here. It's that Asian session. So let's see. Did this break any highs or lows? Any highs or lows? Sweep any highs or lows? Sweep any highs or lows? That swept these lows over here. If you look at it, it did sweep that, I guess you could say. But it did break the low first and it went down. But I mean, you could have gotten that, but after it did go up. Yeah, oh well. It sounds like pretty valid though, bro. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Props. Yo, Lassic, what up, bro? What up? Damn, I didn't even see all these messages. I was kind of locked in. Lassic, what up, my boy? Did you put it in? What did he blow? Did he blow it? $10 pips are guaranteed. That's a good model though. You know, you could squeeze out 10. Take it. That's why it's probably good though you follow the plan, because if your plan is always 10 pips, you're always going to secure that, and if it runs, it's only extra, and if it doesn't, you already secured your 10. So you know, it's like you say, keep that high win rate, and eventually one of those is gonna run. But like how you do it, you just need to make sure you're in the trade to give yourself that opportunity to catch the runner. So like you said, catching your 10, eventually boom, you're gonna hit that 50, 60. Yep, 10 pips. Lassic, bro, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, bro. I need to get a fucking life, bro. But nah, it's all good. Like I say, man, I feel locked in right now, bro. I've been this whole week. I told myself I'm gonna stream every day. I've been streaming every day. So I think I'm back now. Not that I was ever trying to be away, but it was more or less of like I was really just focusing on just learning, and now I think I know enough to where I could just like really just apply it. Yeah, I know it, but it's barely 10 o'clock where I'm at, so that's why. But I've been on stream since 5, so it's almost been 5 hours. It's 9:49 right now. Let me see. I said I was gonna get off if I didn't have 40 likes, or yeah. Let's see how many likes we got. Oh, we got 37. Yeah, we ain't got enough. All right, y'all. I'm gonna be getting off right now though. Oh, hey y'all. I want to show you guys this guy right here. This guy be cooking though. This is one of those guys I be watching sometimes. He's the ICT guy. I just like how he trades. Ooh, he's a beast though. I've been following him for a while now. Yeah, this is the guy I learned how to do that displacement type of trade. Yeah, he be killing it, bro. Let's see, how do I fast forward? How do I fast forward? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is it right here. Look at this. See, look, that's what you were looking for right there. See, that's what you're looking for right there. That's the uni. That's that uni. ICT works perfect in NAS and SPI. On a 4-hour two, bro, where you wait on the 2 candle setup using the low of a bearish candle support. And ooh, fluidity. Wait on it. That's what's up. That's what's up. But yeah, look at this dude. He be killing it. I like watching him. He be killing it. Look at, he got the uni right. Sees the uni. Oh, he probably even has his voice on here. Let me see. Does he have his voice?
Sharp displacement lower. Lots of energy in a particular direction. That is the definition of a displacement. So now we're going to see
He
if
gives
we
a
get this
definition.
bearish
Let's see.
945, 1050. That is an extremely good example of a sharp displacement lower. You can see that price came up, swept buy side, took out that short-term high inside of the macro of the 945, 1015 macro, and price broke structure. The previous swing low got taken and blast straight through. That's a sharp displacement lower. Lots of energy in a particular direction. That is the definition of a displacement. So now we're going to see if we get this bearish fair value gap and it doesn't get engulfed all the way back up. There you go. So this bearish gap here is something we're interested in. If price retraces back, as soon as it taps the edge of this gap, as long as it leaves a good risk reward, we shall leave our stops around the highs and target the lows. And there you go. So the next candle which opened came up and tapped the edge of this bearish fair value gap. So we entered short of a tap on this bearish gap. We ran our stops at the highs just around here for around a 24.5 handle stop. Yeah, so we ran our first TP around a 50% retracement. Our second TP was at this previous low for around 50 handles, and our final TP was of course at this low here for around 85 handles. Right, so now we caught an entry on price. You can see here we caught an entry off this bearish fair value gap as soon as it tapped it, running a 24 handle stop, and it's a solid 1 to 3.5 risk to reward. Our first TP at 30 handles, second at 50, and our final at 85 points. And I seen in the last video 1 or 2 people commented saying that this trade was on demo, but I clearly explained to you guys that I'm breaking down a trade which we took inside of this week or last week. We took the trade. Now I'm breaking it down for you guys so you can understand it. This is not a trade which I'm showing to you live. This is a trade from this week which we did take live. We took this live. Everyone made money. So anyone who's saying that trades are getting taken on demo, trades are getting taken which are not live, you're all chatting shit. You clearly don't make money yourself, because all I'm trying to do for you guys is break the videos down, break the trades down, so you lot can actually get a full understanding on my thought process and understanding why I actually took the trade. So every video I drop, I hope I'm making you guys get closer and closer to becoming fully independent and profitable on your own terms. So let's see how this trade played out. Right, there you have it. So before I could even pause it, first TP smashed, second TP smashed. After the first TP got hit, we moved our stops at that point straight to break even, so it's completely risk-free. We closed out 50% of our position at this point with our stops at break even. Shortly after, second TP was smashed. Because there is not a short-term high, which lies 2 short-term highs behind, what I mean by that, if price created a short-term high here and there was another short-term high here, we could trail our stops to that previous short-term high. We do not trail our stops to the previous short-term high. It has to be 2 short-term highs behind once second TP is smashed, because you'll find, maybe not in this example, but in other examples, if you trail your stop to that previous swing high after second TP has been smashed, price is likely to draw to that previous swing high, because of course that's where people are trailing. Majority of people trail their stops to that short-term high. Price will come back, take out the short-term high, then you'd see a continuation into final TP, because your stop's not valid at that short-term high, that previous level. Therefore, in this instance, we left our stops at break even, second TP hit, and we're 60 to 70% closed out of our position. And there you have it. So final TP was smashed just like that. So within the space of an entry at 10:03, final TP was smashed around 23 minutes later. So it was a very textbook trade indeed. That is literally a textbook 2022 model indeed. Very clean setup for a tricky week which we had. It was very slow, but we came out on top and secured around 114 points on that week. So now I'm going to do a quick Q&A. So obviously a few questions which have been asked. What is...
Wow. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's how you break down. That's how you cook, bro. That's the type of cooking I'm trying to get to where I'm just straight up cooking like that. That's what I'm on right now. I'm on that coming up soon. I'm on that. That's what I'm on right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, that dude is dope. I fuck with him. Mayor, you took that same trade? Damn, that's what's up, bro. That's what I was trying to take earlier, and look at this is the same thing that happened right here. Look, I was trying to show you guys this earlier. This was the idea that I seen after the fact. Look, this is that same type of trade that I believe he took. Where if I like kind of open up the video, where did I put it at? Oh, right here. Look. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I'm trying to show you guys something real quick. Yeah, it was right here. Look, boom. Oh fuck, no, I can't do that. Alright, look. So pretty much what I see right here is this same type of idea. So I think this right here is the top line, which is where he has that. I don't know if you can see you can't really see I don't know if you can see it popping up, the mouse. In that top area, which is this top area right here, that is the high right there. And then that's where he says is that he breaks the previous highs, and it breaks the previous time highs, and then it does all that, and then it closes back underneath it. And then, like you're saying, is that, let's see, hold on. That would be, it would be the first. So the high made that red one. So it would be the, pretty much the low then of that. Yeah, so it would be this low exactly. So look, once this low made, once this candle made the close, the fair value, well, it says the displacement. This would be the displacement right here, which would be this candle. This would be displacement. Displacement. So look, that would be the displacement candle, and then this would be your first fair value gap right after that. So he has that line and that line, so I don't really need this line. That's not, yeah, I don't need, well, actually the reason why what the difference with this line would be is actually would be the this damn, where'd I have that line at? Let me see. Oh yeah, right there, that high would be here. And the reason why is because it's this high, like the previous high that we were kind of targeting. So it was this guy, right? This line right here is this high also. Even the 5 minute, it looks like this high over here. Yeah, look at that high right there, perfect. Boom. Targeting those previous highs over there. And I mean, even if you target, if you do this line right here, I think that line also targeted that high, which is, yeah, pretty much that. All right, but I don't really need that one. Okay, so anyways, like I was saying, that is that high. That's the, I guess you, okay, this would be the buy side liquidity then. This would be the buy side liquidity. buy side liquidity. Oops. Buy side liquidity, which would be that buy side liquidity, and then this would be the fair value gap that even the close of the 1 minute. So look, this is the candle, the first candle that closes below that. So even if I went to the 3 minute or even the 1 minute, I believe that would be the first fair value gap under that candle. So look, the closure below that candle, which is this candle right here, look at how it closed below, and it was a strong displacement, exactly like he was talking about. So when you have that strong displacement, that's showing that power. So once it closed bearish, respecting that, making this fair value gap, that's when you have this fair value gap. And like how he says is, once it taps the fair value gap, that's where you enter your trade, leaving your stops here at the previous highs. And that would have been your entry right there, is once it taps that fair value gap. That would have been the displacement trade to take to the lows, which is, look at where the low is at. The low is kind of down here, I think. So if I were to move that, it makes sense. Where did we exactly go? Look, we did tap that level exactly. We tapped, look at this level, and we tapped this level way over here, and the 8-hour low, and we tapped way even lower. So I mean, we could have even just taken it to that, and that would have been, let's see where that would have been, where that trade would have been from here down to here. That would have been 86 pips, exactly the same size his trade was, 85 pips. That's kind of crazy that it always works out that way. It's always like that. So, but that's what I was trying to point out, that I was trying to find yesterday. So like I said, is when I took this trade, I was looking for this, but I ended up taking it, I think, like right here or something, because I seen this high get broken. I said, oh, this is it, and it did everything I was expecting, kind of. And I think, or if anything, it was here or something, but I was so close to catching this move. And this is what I was saying, is that I noticed it after the fact that it was the move. And that's why I was saying, though, it makes sense why all of these 8-hour lows got tapped, though. So that's what we needed, was just for this low to get tapped. And I'm thinking now that this 8-hour 50% got tapped, I'm wondering if it could make its way back up at least to this 2-hour area. But what's going to happen first, like we say, is that this 80%, and this is also, like I said, this move up here is what kind of is confirming all of this, that maybe we do need to hit this level down here before we go back up. So like I said, that's what I've been looking for, though. I've been working on that. Actually, I need to watch that 2022 model that he talks about. I've been hearing about that a lot. I need to watch it from the man himself. But yeah, I've been working on catching those entries like that. So best believe it will be happening in the next few tries. I will be hitting that. That's why I say too, it's like it's not even it's just a matter of time till I hit it. I'm about to hit it. It just takes, I was so close to hitting it just a little while ago, but I missed it. Just missed it. But we'll be there. Yo, champ. Yo, Adidas, Raj, yo. But yeah, look at that move though. That was kind of what was giving me the idea that when you see that happen, you gotta understand that is the signal for your bias. That's why I'm also big on understanding that this is the trade, because even if you don't take that trade, what you could be doing is you could be waiting for this to confirm all of your ideas. So you're not taking a trade until you can confirm this is the entry that you would want. Then you're just going to wait for a pullback. Every single one of these pullbacks right here was just liquidity to come back down, to go back lower. So every single pullback was just a sell. So that's what I'm saying, is you can use these entries as your indicator pretty much to let you know, all right, now we're in this area. Boom. Once we tap this level, any pullback is just a liquidity to take lower. But yeah, all right. Let's see. This thing is starting to move a little bit. But I appreciate you guys for watching, though. Appreciate you guys for watching. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like and subscribe, hit that like and subscribe. We're definitely gonna be cooking more and more as days go on. But I've been on for 5 hours already, man. I need to hop off. I've been wilding out a little too much today, so let me hop off for a bit. Make sure you guys hit that follow and subscribe and join our Discord. It's in the description. And also follow me on Instagram. If you have any questions, feel free to message me on Instagram, and I'll and if you have any questions about anything, you want me to send you any little paper or little screenshots of things that how I look at the market and stuff like that, make sure you message me on Instagram and I'll send it to you. Yeah, I need to go to sleep, bro. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for stopping by, though. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys for New York. I'll be on for New York when Wix gets on. I'll get on for New York, and we'll see how that goes tomorrow. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, though. Peace out. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget to don't forget to hit that like. Appreciate you. See you later, Raj. Have a good night. Peace out. Later. London. See you later, London.